Committee will come to order. We will now proceed to consideration of the amendments on which the recorded votes were requested but postponed. Members are reminded to have their cameras on and to clearly state your name when called upon by the clerk in order to record your vote. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Crawford, numbered 186, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? It is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
1 yes near the end.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington. Mr. Gibbs.
Aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano votes no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez.
Mr. Siri votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
No, Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown, no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
I missed what
Lamb
you
votes
said.
no.
I didn't hear that.
Could the gentleman repeat? Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no. Randy, please turn off your microphone.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Maliotakis.
Maliotakis, yes.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele. Mr. Kahale.
Mr. Kahale votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Ms. Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson, aye. Johnson, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
So is this the first vote I voted on?
We're still on the first vote, yes.
Thank you.
Has every member cast a vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 yeas and 38 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Gibbs, numbered 191 revised, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
Yes. Very good. The clerk will call the roll.
Yeah, this one will be a no.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Owen votes nay.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez?
Siri votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry?
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson, no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Carson's no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana? Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser?
Aye.
Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas? Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
You lost your keys. Where else have you gone?
If members are not voting, please mute your microphones, please. Thank you. We got a couple of live mics out there. Thank you.
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa?
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown?
Brown, no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett?
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred?
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois? Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest?
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails? Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis?
Maliotakis, aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne?
Van Dyne votes yes.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Klaus votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux?
Bordeaux votes aye.
Ms. Bordeaux votes aye. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Could the gentlelady repeat? Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Cahaly, Mr. Cahaly.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele's
Still
recorded.
votes aye. Still
Um,
votes aye. Still votes aye.
The gentlelady is recorded as aye. Mr. Cahaly.
Mr. Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Cahaly votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Alice Massey registered.
Who's asking? I'm sorry.
Massey.
How was Mr. Massey recorded?
Mr. Massey is recorded as aye.
Okay, thank you.
This is Weber. How many times did Ms. Steele get to vote? I'm just asking.
Just once, just once. She tried to vote 5 times, but she just was only going to count 1.
All right, just asking.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 32 yeas and 36 noes.
The amendment is not accepted. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by...
Yes, by the way.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, number 195, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes
Could the gentleman repeat, please?
no. No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes yet.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes.
Could the gentleman repeat?
Oh, Mr. Carson votes no. I'm sorry.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Aye. Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Dan votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Maliotakis aye.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter, no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 28 yeas and 40 noes.
The amendment is not accepted. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Davis, number 025, on which...
no. This will be a no.
Thanks. Davis, number 025, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? Yes, okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Ms. Napoli-
Yes, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Could Jim-
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires?
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry?
Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Decker votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa? Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Lynch?
No.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown?
Brown, no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett?
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred?
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota?
Johnson votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davis votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois? Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails? Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace?
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliatakis?
Maliatakis, yes.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton?
Moulton no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes aye.
Ms. Bardot votes aye. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Cahaly votes no.
Mr. Cahaly votes no.
Still
Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 33 yeas and 35 noes.
The amendment is not accepted. The question is on agreeing to an amendment offered by Mr. Babin, number 017, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes yes.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cirez.
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
But I wonder if they're going back to him.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Could Mr. Katko repeat?
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Desaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, nay.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes yes.
Mr. Pappas votes yes. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Ms. Maliatakis.
Aye.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss, no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 37 yeas and 31 noes.
The amendment is adopted. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Garrett, numbered miscellaneous 107, on which the noes prevailed. I'm sorry. Mr. Graves. Garrett Graves, right. Numbered miscellaneous 107, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
This will be no.
No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is a recorded vote still requested? I assume it is, right? Yeah. It is. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
You don't have to.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas, no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Could gentlemen repeat?
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Thank you.
Mr. Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis.
Maliotakis, yes.
Ms. Maliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
No.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Ms. Steele. Mr. Kahale.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Did you get it? Steele votes
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Katko?
Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no.
Has every member been recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 30 yeas and 38 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is now on agreeing to amendment offered by Mr. Bost, number 184, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? It is. The clerk will now call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio? Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri? Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton?
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Owen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sires?
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry?
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi?
No.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois? Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko?
Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin?
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus? Mr. Graves, Louisiana?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York?
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser? Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost? Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas?
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa?
LaMalfa, aye.
Ms. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast?
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher?
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Thatcher votes no.
Could gentlemen repeat?
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal?
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes yes.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malotakis.
Yes.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Claus votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele. Mr. Kahale.
Curley votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mrs. Steele.
Have all members been recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote?
I want to, Steele votes aye. I don't have good connection here.
Mrs. Steele votes aye.
Steele votes.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 30 yeas and 38 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. LaMalfa, number 001, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes, please.
Very good. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Is the amendment on LaMalfa 155 or 001?
I'm sorry, it is 155. My mistake.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
Surrey votes yes.
Mr. Sirez votes aye. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Kako votes yes.
Mr. Kako votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal
Voted
votes
yes,
no.
right?
Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez-Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliatakis.
Maliatakis, yes.
Ms. Maliatakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Kloss no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Curley votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Young.
Have all members been recorded?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my vote.
Sorry. Mr. Rodney Davis of
Mr.
Illinois.
Siri,
Wait a minute. Mr. Sears?
Mr.
change
Sears,
my vote to a no.
Mr. Sears is now recorded as no. Mr. Rodney
Thank you.
Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye.
clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 38 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is now on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Westerman, number 019, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? It is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Larson, Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yea.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Ceres.
Series votes no.
Mr. Ceres votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Jacko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Carson, no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Babin, aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Bost.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes yes.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown, no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
No.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malliotakis.
Malliotakis, aye.
Ms. Malliotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is now on agreeing to the second-degree amendment, that is the amendment to the amendment, by Mr. DeFazio to the Stauber Amendment on which the ayes prevailed. A recorded vote was requested. Is a recorded vote still requested?
I assume you guys still want a recorded vote.
Yes. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
Aye.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri. No. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Mr. Norton votes aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes aye.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Napolitano, yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes no.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Ceres.
Sayers votes yes.
Mr. Ceres votes aye. Mr. Perry.
Perry, no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kako votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Mr. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes aye.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes aye. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Bost. No. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee, aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson, no.
I voted wrong, didn't I?
Did the gentlelady repeat?
You did, Brian.
Well, everyone, if you're not voting, would you please mute your microphones? Thank you. Who are we on now?
Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Here you go.
Wilson, no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes no.
Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Brown.
Brown, aye.
Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes yes.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
No.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Allred.
Aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
No.
Ms. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes yes.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Van Drew.
Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois.
Have all members voted?
Well,
Does any,
I'd like to change.
does any member want to change their vote? Oh,
wanna
okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Mr.
I jumped the
Carson,
gun.
yes.
Go ahead, go
Carson's a
ahead.
yes.
There's a whole bunch that haven't voted.
Yeah, we have. A lot of us.
All right. I'm just trying to get you out of here in time.
This is Babin. I want to change my vote. I think I voted aye. I want to vote no.
Wilson voted no. I want to vote aye.
I still haven't gone through the first time.
Carson
All right.
voted
I-
no. I want to vote aye.
All members, please suspend. Okay, so we're going to go through with the roll call in order, and then we will come back around so members can change their votes, okay? The clerk will proceed.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mace, no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Ms. Maliatakis.
Maliatakis is no.
Ms. Maliatakis votes no. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, nay.
Ms. Van Dyne votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes aye.
Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes nay.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes aye.
Ms. Bardot votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes nay.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Kahale.
Curley votes aye.
Mr. Kahale votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes aye.
Ms. Newman votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Young.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Carson is an aye.
And
Mr. Carson votes
Babin-
aye.
Mr. Babin is a no.
Mr. Babin votes no.
Wilson, aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye.
Carson, aye.
Mr. Carson is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia has a question as to how he is recorded. Yeah. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Garcia has a question as to how he is currently recorded.
Mr. Garcia is recorded as aye.
Okay. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 38 yeas and 30 noes.
The amendment is adopted. The question is now on.
Yes, on the bill, no. On Stauber?
The question is now on Stauber 193 as amended by the DeFazio second degree amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, may I get a point of clarification?
Will the gentleman state his question?
Since the second degree amendment passed, the language it was stripped out that would have prohibited child mineral trafficking is no longer there, right? So a no vote would be the best vote.
What is the question?
I want to know what, so the language got stripped out of the amendment that we're now voting on, the Stauber Amendment, right?
Right. So
Okay.
the
That's
Stauber
the
Amendment
question.
is amended by the DeFazio Amendment.
Would strip language, okay, all right. I just want to make sure we were clear.
Procedurally, yeah.
Right. The unworkable child labor amendment regarding the Commerce Committee jurisdiction was stripped out. That's correct, as was the waiver of all environmental laws. Yes, you're correct.
Gentlemen, will suspend. Okay, the question is now on the Stauber 193 as amendment by the DeFazio second degree amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say no.
No.
No, thanks, no.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment as amended is agreed to. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Nels, number 194, on which the noes prevailed. Is a recorded vote still requested? It is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey.
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Sirez.
Theory votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes yes.
Mr. Katko votes aye. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Wilson of Florida votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails. Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace is an aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malotakis.
Yes.
Ms. Malotakis votes aye. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, yes.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale.
Garrett votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 31 yeas and 37 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The next amendment up is Garamendi number 044. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 044.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered
Thank
as
you, Mr. Chair.
read, and I recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is about transparency. We love Amtrak, we hate Amtrak, but whether we love or hate Amtrak, Amtrak ought to be transparent in its accounting. In California, there are 3 regional transit agencies that operate on behalf of Amtrak. In all 3 in Southern California and in the Bay Area, the agencies are unable to get specific cost information from Amtrak about their share of Amtrak's overhead and costs. This amendment would simply require that Amtrak disclose the costs associated with operating not only in California, but in other state and local agencies around the nation. Pretty simple. Let's get the information so that a debate can ensue between Amtrak and the agencies as to whether those numbers are correct and what Amtrak is charging. That's it. That's for your I vote.
Are there any other members that wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair is inclined to oppose Mr. Garamendi's amendment that would amend Section 9209 of the bill. As the gentleman is aware, Congress created the State Amtrak Intercity Passenger Rail Committee, known as SAPRC, and the FAST Act largely at the urging of Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority. Also largely at the urging of the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority, Congress funded the effort of SAPRC over the intervening years. SAPRC members include the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, Amtrak, and 20 state agencies representing 17 states that partner with Amtrak on 28 state-supported routes. This includes the California agencies that partner with Amtrak on those routes. As states have taken on more of the costs of these routes, less than 750 miles, known as state-supported routes, the states have sought greater transparency and accountability for those costs. This is understandable, and that's why the language in Section 9209 appears in the bill. The language that appears in Section 9209 was negotiated between all of those SAPRC members. It provides SAPRC the direction and flexibility to revise the methodology that currently allocates costs to states for state-supported routes and change to that directed costs as SAPRC sees fit. Requires that a vote on revised cost methodology policy occur by March 2022. And it requires Amtrak to provide financial reports to states at the frequency and containing such data as SAPRC dictates. This amendment does not require Amtrak to provide any more route-specific cost details than is already included in the base bill. Instead, this amendment is an end run around the negotiated process that those who advocated for in SAPRC said that they wanted. The amendment would waste SAPRC resources by requiring that it present to its members a particular cost allocation methodology every single fiscal year, even after SAPRC votes next year on a new cost methodology policy that it creates. And the amendment reverts back to allocating costs to states, which the SAPRC compromise does not do. I support the gentleman's interest in providing state cost accountability and transparency. That is all the more important given this bill provides states access to nearly $60 billion to develop or expand new intercity passenger rail corridors and projects. That is $59.5 billion more than they currently have access to. Amtrak has to be a responsive partner. Section 9209 meets that need, is responsible to the state's desire to develop a more transparent methodology, and it gives the states, the Federal Railroad Administration, and Amtrak time to negotiate. This amendment does the opposite and end runs the process. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. And all
Aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say no. No.
No, absolutely not.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment up is Crawford number 038. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3864 offered by Mr. Crawford of
So going on with the voting?
number 038.
Without objection,
Oh,
the amendment will be
and-
considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Did she just ask about? I believe we had a question from one of the members about continued voting. Could I speak out of order?
The gentleman is recognized.
I've consulted with the ranking member, and we believe we can finish this bill sometime this morning, which we believe is preferable to coming back tomorrow or tomorrow and tomorrow. So we are going to continue with the bill. In the near future, we may call votes on amendments as they come up, those that are asked for votes, as opposed to holding the votes. So members should stay tuned, stay awake, and we're going to plow through this. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's attention.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I'm offering an amendment to strike Section 9204, which allows Amtrak to bring on-time performance claims posed against them to federal district court. Last December, the FRA finalized its rulemaking to establish a new single metric and standard for measuring on-time performance, and it provided Amtrak with the ability to enforce its right of preference at the Surface Transportation Board. This is on top of Congress granting Amtrak the right to seek equitable relief in federal court if a host railroad fails to provide preference. Continuing to provide options for recourse for Amtrak ignores the high level of expertise at the STB and designation by Congress to oversee and regulate the American rail industry. Section 9204 is duplicative and burdensome to our federal courts, and it prioritizes the needs of Amtrak, an entity known for lack of efficiency and cost effectiveness, above the overall reliability of our nation's rail system. By eliminating this provision, we can defer to the expertise of the STB and ensure we are prioritizing the success of both passenger and freight rail in the United States. I urge support of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yes, I
Mr.
would.
Chairman.
I would.
We're going to go to Mr.
Okay.
DeFazio.
No, go. He's chair of the subcommittee.
Mr. Payne, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment because it would deprive Amtrak of the right to enforce its preference on railroad tracks under federal law. For nearly 50 years, federal law has required the passengers be given preference over freight, but some freight railroads ignore the law and passengers suffer as a result. I recently introduced H.R. 2937, the Rail Passenger Fairness Act, which would give Amtrak the right to enforce its preference over freight. My bill was incorporated into the Invest in America Act. I believe that the federal law is clear and Amtrak should be able to enforce its preference, which would lead to less congestion and a better commuter experience. I urge all my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. There's the gentleman.
Briefly, I certainly support the subcommittee chair. The law is clear. There's been rules proposed before by the FRA, which have been litigated by the freight railroads. We've had some very confusing decisions. And basically, right now, Amtrak has to go to the Justice Department and ask them to file litigation to support their right of preference. And that's only been done once in 30 years. We can work these things out. I want it to be cooperative between the railroads and freight. We saw a great deal worked out with Virginia with CSX. For a while, we had a good deal in Oregon where we helped them build more sidings on the way to Portland, but then they began running trains, freight trains that wouldn't fit in the sidings, which has delayed Amtrak. We just need a way to bring the freights to the table meaningfully to discuss something that works for everybody. We have the best freight system in the world in terms of rail, and I don't want to denigrate that, but we need a better passenger system, and this would help move us to the table to get that done. With that, I would oppose the amendment.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Are there any amendments to this amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Move along.
The next amendment is Mr. Lynch, number 43. Chair recognizes, I'm sorry, the clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute HR 3684, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 043.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Lynch to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would authorize $8 billion for the United States Postal Service to acquire an electric vehicle fleet and build electric vehicle charging infrastructure to service that fleet. It would mandate that at least 75% of the Postal Service fleet include electric or zero-emission vehicles. Moreover, the amendment would require the Postal Service to purchase only electric or zero-emission vehicles after 2030. So it gives them a period of time to transition. In electrifying its fleet, the Postal Service must also comply with existing Buy American Act requirements. The purpose here is to actually to jumpstart the electric vehicle manufacturing base in this country. I've also introduced this amendment as a standalone piece of legislation with Chairwoman Maloney, Representative Jerry Conley, the gentleman from Northern Virginia, and Representative Brenda Lawrence of the Oversight Committee as original co-sponsors. I would also like to thank and acknowledge Representative Jared Huffman of California and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for their support and their work on this important issue. With over 231,000 vehicles, the Postal Service is only second to the Defense Department in terms of the number of vehicles that it uses to provide services. It operates roughly 1/3 of the entire federal government fleet. However, this fleet is deteriorating. The vast majority of these postal vehicles are classified as long life and have already been in service for more than 30 years on average, far beyond their life expectancy of 24 years. These long life mail trucks are also gas guzzlers and diesel guzzlers, averaging less than 10 miles per gallon. They carry high maintenance costs and do not even include basic safety features such as anti-lock brakes or airbags. As evidenced by hundreds of reports nationwide, they're also susceptible to catching fire, representing a heightened safety risk to postal workers and the general public. As we undertake collective action across the federal government to enhance environmental sustainability and transition to clean energy alternatives, the Postal Service is a good place to start. Mr. Chairman, this amendment largely mirrors language included in the Moving Forward Act last Congress, passed by the House under your leadership. Thank you. It accords with President Biden's executive order. The President has also included provisions for calling for the procurement of clean and zero-emission vehicles across the federal government. It also reflects the fleet modernization and sustainability goals set forth by the Postal Service in its recent Delivering for America operational plan offered by Postmaster General DeJoy. The electrification of our postal fleet will dramatically reduce the Postal Service's carbon footprint to the great benefit of the health, safety, and sustainability of our communities nationwide. A transition to electric mail trucks will also augment our efforts to mitigate health disparities stemming from air and noise pollution among our most vulnerable populations. Now, Mr. Chairman, this same amendment, I was fortunate enough to include in the Postal Reform Act that just passed out of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. And so I understand that adding this to this bill might be a bridge too far, to say the least. And so I understand that we are committed, you and I, and many members of this committee, to seeing this measure succeed. I am looking for every opportunity, whether it is the president's budget or the Postal Reform Act or this bill, to provide this $8 billion for this very worthy purpose. There are also committee referral concerns because of the jurisdictional claims of other committees, as I mentioned. But I just want to enter into a colloquy to confirm that you are a longstanding supporter of this measure. As I said, we've had passed this in the past on the floor and included it in previous bills. And I just want to sound out your willingness to work with me and my other colleagues on the Oversight Committee in support of this language as we move towards floor consideration. I appreciate your commitment to supporting an electric postal fleet. I am extremely supportive of all you have done in this bill. And in knowing that, subsequent to our colloquy, I am willing to withdraw this amendment. And I yield to you, sir.
Well, you're out of time. I would claim 5 minutes.
Okay.
Since you're not withdrawn yet. You said you're willing. You have not yet withdrawn, so I could take time on the amendment. These vehicles, they're pretty darn good. They were designed for a 20-year lifespan. They're now at 34. But we're spending $2.5 billion a year to keep them running. They aren't designed for current demands. An inordinate amount of packages are now flowing through the Postal Service due to Amazon and others. They need redesigned trucks. They don't have any safety features. They don't have air conditioning. They have like minimal heat. Like if you ever had one of those old Volkswagens back in the 60s or 70s and you turn on your heat and you're freezing to death. So they need modern vehicles. And this could help drive the market for electric trucks, drive the price down. We heard testimony from Fred Smith, FedEx, who is sometimes a competitor, sometimes a cooperator with the Postal Service. He's going all electric. He goes all electric. The Postal Service goes all electric. We are really going to drive the market and drive the prices down for all electric trucks, way low maintenance costs, way lower than gas or diesel vehicles and operating costs. And as I understand what came out of the committee, it also includes that the post offices would have charging stations that would be available to the public during the day while they charge their fleet at night. That go out on a daily basis, which would help return some revenues to the Postal Service. So I know the gentleman's on the Committee on Oversight and Reform, and I believe that the legislation passed there will be adequate to deal with this issue. It is not our jurisdiction. Last year, I was allowed to add it outside our jurisdiction as an amendment, a manager's amendment on the floor, because at that point we didn't have agreement from the Oversight Committee. Whether it'll happen when we go forward with this bill or it'll be happen in a subsequent bill related to the American Jobs Plan, I have discussed this with the President. He is totally on board. He thinks it's a great idea. The postal workers think it's a great idea. That's my commitment, and we'll get it done one way or another. So I appreciate the gentleman's advocacy, and let's move forward. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I know that there were a couple of members who indicated a willingness or an eager desire to speak on this. Any members wish to speak on this amendment?
I hope they don't.
Me too.
Okay. Hearing none, are there any amendments to the amendment?
No, you withdrew. You're gonna withdraw
And
it.
the gentleman withdraws. The next amendment is Gibbs number 011. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 011.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to transfer title 2303, which sets the standards for bus testing across the country, and that the Transportation Research Center be designated as an autonomous and advanced driver assistance program, systems test development facility for all future bus testing with this technology. Under the 1987 Highway Bill, Altoona, Pennsylvania, and the Pennsylvania State University was designated as the first and the only bus test site in the country. Since the initial designation, testing has since expanded at the Ohio State University and Auburn University to allow testing of no and low emission components. In partnership with the Ohio State University, the Transportation Research Center located in Marysville, Ohio, is an independent vehicle test facility and proving ground. The TRC is a one-stop source for research and development, as well as compliance and certification testing for vehicles and components, and is currently a national leader in autonomous vehicle testing. With my amendment, testing will be able to be expanded to include work already being done at the Ohio State University and the Transportation Research Center. This amendment adds an overflow capacity for new model testing for the work which continues to be done in Altoona. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and this will help bring the bus industry in the 21st century. And Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw this amendment unless you aren't going to oppose it, and I would just do a voice vote because I don't think this would be a partisan issue. This is just another opportunity to have a facility here in Ohio that is a premier facility in this type of research to include buses to help supplement the Altoona, Pennsylvania facility and work to develop more low and no emission testing for buses. Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members have?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I asked you a question. My question is, I will withdraw this amendment unless you're not going to oppose it, because I don't see any reason why you would.
I would be compelled to oppose the amendment because it circumvents the competitive process that all of the other similar programs have to go through. So we have several of those in the bill, and they're all competitive process. But in yours, you would deem one particular entity without a competitive process, and we cannot accept that. So I would be forced to oppose the amendment. So
I'll claim back my time.
Yes,
but
sir.
I didn't yield yet. I would just say I'm not sure you're correct on that because this facility is designated and other in this type of testing for other vehicles, buses be included, and I think we have to question that. So I will withdraw this amendment if the chairman will work with me because I'm not so sure that's a correct viewpoint on that. This facility has always been competitive and willing to work at, but I think the designation to allow them to even have allow them to be competitive in this issue regarding buses. So I'll withdraw with the commitment that you'll work with me to try to figure out how we can address this, because I'm not sure you're correct on that. I just don't know for sure.
I welcome the gentleman's decision to withdraw the amendment. I certainly embrace the opportunity to try to clear up the differences of understanding between the sponsor of the amendment and the chair. So let's talk further. But okay. I do thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next amendment is by Mr. Perry, number 149. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute H.R. 3864 offered by Mr. Perry, number 149.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes section 103 and section 107 of the underlying bill, eliminating both the authorization and allocation of funds for earmarks. Earmarks were banned for a reason. The period leading up to the 2011 earmark ban exposed earmarks as one of the most wasteful and corrupt practices in congressional history. From 1991 to 2011, Congress included 111,000 earmarks that spent $375 billion in taxpayer funds. I guess that looks like nothing these days, but that was in FY10 alone. Congress passed 9,129 earmarks that allocated $16.5 billion in hard-earned taxpayer funds to pet projects across the country. This bill alone includes $5.7 billion worth of earmarks, well on our way to outpacing FY 2010 level once the appropriation cycle is complete. The concern with the earmarks process are not limited to fiscal responsibility. The experience of the 1990s and the 2000s led both former Speaker John Boehner and former President Obama, neither of which can be characterized as fiscally responsible, in my opinion, to call for an end to the practice. The bipartisan recognition of that the earmark process elevated special interest above constituents and principles was a reflection of just how much the system corrupted Congress. As a result of the earmark process, multiple members were convicted of bribery, and those were just ones who were caught. The claim that earmarks will end Washington gridlock is fundamentally an argument in favor of bribery. Legislation would not pass otherwise pass and will be able to pass because the money provided at the best behest of the members of Congress. Moreover, this partisan effort to move a surface reauthorization bill proves that this legalized bribery is ineffective to ending such gridlock. Fundamentally, this is not a debate over Congress exercising the power of the purse, as earmark proponents claim. Instead, it's a tired, worn-out excuse to continue the practice of using federal funds to pay for inherently parochial projects rather than those that serve the national interest. This kind of mindset has drained the Highway Trust Fund without addressing the nation's critical infrastructure needs and will be fueled to unprecedented levels if we make the grave mistake of bringing back earmarks. Rather than doubling down on bad practices and bribing members to follow suit, we need to do the work to refocus our infrastructure programs to those projects with a clear national interest. Rejecting the push to bring back earmarks is the first step in that process. And I let my colleagues know some time ago that I would be offering this, so it's without any disrespect to any person. I know that there are many that I disagree with that feel like they're doing the right thing and that this is the purview of the legislature, and I think their heart is sincere in that. I just think that over a period of time, this is going to have the same corrupting and corrosive result that it had had in the past, and so that's why I'm offering the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. Do any members
Yes.
to speak on this amendment? The chairman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman ending with that members have their hearts, and I would say their minds, in the right place. Because I don't believe that the bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., or the bureaucrats in the capital of your state or my state have a total grasp of what the needs are within our districts. We interact with our constituents all the time. And many, many times I find projects that I think have great merit that my state, they're not going to fund. And I'm certain it's the same in Pennsylvania. Once I was at a town hall after the debacle over the earmarks, the bridge to nowhere and all that stuff in Safety Lou, and I was down in my most red county, Douglas County, 60% Republican vote, Guy stands up at the Chamber of Commerce lunch and he says, "Those earmarks, they're horrible." And I said, "Well, yeah, I get it. I understand. Yeah, we don't want to waste money." And I said, well, let me ask you this. What about the Weaver Road Bridge? And he says, "What?" And I said, "The Weaver Road Bridge, the bridge that went over the freeway to open up an industrial area for development that the county couldn't afford over the interstate." So that was great. That's great. And I said, "That was an earmark. I did that." He says, well, that was great. And that's what this is about. It's about people who know their districts. They know the needs of their districts. We have put incredible sidebars on this. I did this actually back before we lost the House. I mean, Obama with his American Recovery Act, where 8 times as much money went to tax cuts too small to notice as to infrastructure investment, which I opposed. But back then I chaired the subcommittee and I was writing a bill, which he then killed, to do a major transportation investment. And he killed it because he was scared of the gas tax. And I had reformed the earmark process. I said, okay, here's the reforms. You're gonna have to have local support. It has to be consistent with the local plan, the MIP, the STIP. You have to show you have no interest in it, and et cetera, et cetera. We adopted those reforms. And at that point, I had 418 members of the House submit projects, which were 10 times what I was going to allocate in the bill. But then he killed the bill, so it was moot. But those projects were online, as they are now, from April until we lost the House a year from that next November. No scandals. These are not corrupting. These are people who represent their constituents, and they find projects that their state bureaucrats are like, but no, I'm sorry. In my state, we're dominated by Portland. Maybe your state is dominated by, I don't know whether, I guess you're in Western Pennsylvania, probably by Pittsburgh or by Philadelphia on the other side of the state. And the bureaucrats go,
Harrisburg,
let's put
Philadelphia.
put the money there. So this is a way for members, in a very careful, very transparent way, to put money into projects that will benefit the people they represent. And I just can't understand the idea that we can do better working through the state or federal bureaucracy to meet those needs. And everybody gets the same allocation, everybody. When I was the ranking member in '06 and we did Safety Lou, I got $450 million. I had the 5th highest allocation in the House because I had a huge problem with my interstate bridges. And the money was divided up 51-49 by Don Young, and Oberstar is very generous to me. And I did many of these projects, including the Weaver Road Bridge. But, now everybody, I get 20 million, Speaker of the House gets 20 million. Anybody who wants a project meeting all of the 15 pages of directives and qualifications, gets only $20 million. This is not abusive. This is a process which allows people who know the needs of their people better to provide things that they're not going to get out of their state bureaucrats, and they're sure as heck not going to get out of Washington, D.C. That's why I oppose this amendment. We've fixed it. It is not a scandal. This is a totally transparent process, and I would challenge this gentleman or anybody else to look at the list of projects that have been approved that have gone through a very strict vetting on the Republican side for your projects, the Democrat side for my projects, and find something that looks in the slightest bit scandalous. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, are any other members, are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No.
Absolutely not.
The noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. No. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Ms. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Ms. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey. Mr. Sires.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sires votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes yes.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes aye. Mr. Rouser.
Excuse me. Correction. Maloney votes no. Forgive me.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr.
Yeah, you
Mr.
sure
Weber
I
of
was supposed to
Texas.
vote a yes on that one? You know?
Live mic.
If you're not voting with it, members, please turn off your mics. Thank you.
Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa votes no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes aye.
Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thatcher votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Pappas? Ms. Mace? Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Moulton?
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne?
Van Dyne votes yes.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss?
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez?
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot?
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Cahale?
Cahale votes no.
Mr. Cahale votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia?
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman?
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter?
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young?
Mr. Cohen,
Ms. Norton?
How am I recorded?
The gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Very no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Garamendi?
Garamendi, no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida?
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. Malinowski?
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas? Mr. Nails? Mr. Pappas? Ms. Mace? Ms. Maliotakis?
Have all members been recorded?
No.
Crawford, I need to change mine to no.
Mr. Crawford asked to change to no.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Crawford votes no.
Mr. Katko?
Mr. Katko votes no.
And Mr. Babin votes no too. Change mine to a no.
Mr. Babin votes no.
Any other members wish to change their votes? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 12 yeas and 50 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. We will now take up the Rodney Davis Amendment, number 028. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois, number 028.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I'll recognize Mr. Davis to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include also My amendment, which is in order number 60, it's Davis 24. I'd like to offer and withdraw both of those at the same time.
Without objection.
Well, thank you. And first, my first amendment actually is something that we got agreement on 2 years ago to be able to include natural gas and propane in the Clean Corridors program. And I've already talked to the chairman. He's willing to talk with us about that and work with us to get a better solution. Amendment 24 actually is an issue that in my district affects one county of mine, Calhoun County. It's a peninsula on the Mississippi and Illinois rivers, and they have to use ferry boats for transportation back and forth across a river to Missouri and also in between Illinois. It's frustrating during high waters that the high water ramp is privately owned, but we can't use money to repair it, and it stops people from being able to get from home to work. So I've already talked to the chairman. He's willing to work with us. I withdraw both of those, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
So Davis number 28 and Davis number 24 are withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
A point of order?
Though he withdrew his amendments, and I agree with him on that, I just want to make sure we understand how important him working with to carve out propane and natural gas, how important it is, and that it is a clean fuel, and we need to make sure that as we move forward, that we make sure that those two fuels are out there and available as a clean fuel and available for the United States.
Very good. Any other members wish to be
Mr.
heard
Chair?
on those amendments, although they've been withdrawn?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate Mr. Davis introducing Amendment 028. And I clearly have some concerns with the Clean Corridors program to begin with, but if the majority is trying to establish more clean energy options, then it is very confusing as to why they would intentionally leave out propane and natural gas. It seems as if they may have left them out just because of some more radical Green New Deal supporters who have an odd vendetta against these types of energies. And I urge an all of the above approach and urge adoption of this amendment or continue working with my colleague from Illinois. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members?
Mr. Chair, Rick Larson.
Mr. Larson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note as you move forward on working with Mr. Davis on Davis 024 regarding ferry operators, being from a state that has the largest system based on cars and passengers in the country, would certainly be interested in participating in those discussions.
Very good. Thank the gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question, the amendments have been withdrawn. Next up is Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Wait a minute. Did we designate an amendment or no?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a
Oh,
unanimous.
okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to
I'm
ask
sorry.
unanimous consent that amendment number 103 as revised, number 92, 94, 108, and 109 be considered on block. I'll do that again. 103 revised, 92, 94, 108, and 109.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you've got 5, right?
Yes, sir.
Does the clerk identify? The clerk will designate these amendments.
An on-block amendment to the amendment of the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684 offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, consisting of the following amendments. Amendment number 103 revised, 92, 94, 108, and 109.
Without objection, the amendments are being considered on block and will be considered as read. I now recognize the gentleman to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear for Mr. Davis behind me. He was confused by the en bloc term, and it's Cajun French for meaning we're doing it together. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and his team for working with us on these. I also want to thank Congressman Carter for his help in putting some of these amendments together and getting them to a good spot. New member of the committee from Louisiana that I've enjoyed working with and have a great relationship with. Mr. Chairman, number 92, it's a GAO analysis on nature-based solutions to incorporate those and identify obstacles to implementing those to improve the resiliency of roadways. Number 94 is a federal highway system analysis on the vulnerability of evacuation routes. We've had extraordinary problems in Louisiana and Texas and other states with the performance of our evacuation routes during weather events. Number 103 amends a gridlock program in the bill that currently is relegated to just CSAs. This would expand it to include metropolitan statistical areas instead of combined statistical areas. A number of large areas around the United States would be left out. Number 108, this follows up on provisions we had in the DARA bill, Section 1209, that was designed to make FEMA put updated criteria for drainage of evacuation routes in place, and unfortunately, FEMA has botched that interpretation. This is a technical fix for Section 1620 in this bill. And lastly, Amendment number 109, once again pertains to a botched interpretation by FEMA that was negotiated by this committee on a bipartisan basis, Section 1228 of DARA. And what it does is it ensures that inundated roads guidance is updated and revised to truly reflect congressional intent. With that, Mr. Chairman, I again want to thank you for the cooperation. I want to thank Congressman Carter for working with us on these. I urge adoption, or I understand that you're going to be okay with these, but urge adoption and yield back.
Are there any other members that wish to be heard on these amendments? What do we have on this? That paper? What's that? We're going to set.
Mr. Chair,
I will yield to the full committee chair.
I'm pleased to accept the amendments from the gentleman. We've worked on some of the technicalities of the issues, and we're pleased to accept them.
Okay. The chair is inclined to accept the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. The question is on the amendments on block. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendments on block are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, Mr. Bost, Amendment number 022.
I have an amendment, yes, sir.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Bost, number 022.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Bost to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to explain this as quick as I can. Each one of us, as we own our own vehicles, when we get done with our job at the end of the day, or if we take a vacation and we get to the end of our trip, quite often we want to go ahead and take our vehicles and drive to go dinner with our spouses, or maybe go over and see something, or go out in the evening. Well, understand that when truck drivers go out, quite often, their main vehicle that they use to transport themselves is the vehicle in which they are pulling their trailers with. Basically, what this does is there's a regulation in the FMCSA, which published an update which guide and clarifies the proper and improper use of personal conveyance. So let's say, for instance, that you may be a person that's more senior in your life, and all of a sudden you've decided to get in the trucking business, and you have a trailer that pulls boats from point A to point B. But you and your wife, it has like a camper on the back, so you go and you drop that trailer, you're done pulling, and now you are done with all of your hours. But you want to go out to dinner with your spouse. or you want to go and see the sights around. This now becomes your personal vehicle. The way this is now written is, oh no, that counts as hours for your driving under your logbook hours. Now, the concern we have with that is that can also be that a driver drops, it's an owner-operator, he drops a trailer at point A, and he has an hour to drive home in his own personal vehicle. If he had his personal vehicle there, he could do that. It wouldn't count against him. But now, because he's still in that truck, though it is not hooked to the trailer, it is actually counted against him. What this bill does is simply says that those hours of personal convenience are not counted against their driving time. And so, I mean, it's basically what all the rest of us do. It just simply allows that.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the chair is in opposition to this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the chair is in opposition. If they just guarantee we can work on this, because this is a really vitally important issue, I will withdraw the amendment.
Okay. Well, I can say there are some serious problems here with the potential abuse, and it provides a gaping loophole for drivers to legally drive beyond the hours of service limits. But if we could address that in discussion.
Yeah, and I'd love to discuss that. Because the thing is, what we need to do is then tell everybody else that has a private job, don't drive your car after you get off work.
Yeah.
You see the problem?
Yeah, right.
So if you can work with us, we'll work on that.
Let's try to tackle that.
Okay.
And I appreciate the gentleman willingness to withdraw his amendment. Next up. Next amendment is Westerman 020.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply
I'm sorry, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 020.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Westerman to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment simply reinstitutes a vital set-aside to assist the often overlooked smaller projects that support rural and agricultural communities throughout our country. The amendment is simple. In the bipartisan 2015 FAST Act, the program that the projects of national and regional significance is modeled after, what we now know as infra grants, had a set-aside dedicated to funding smaller infrastructure projects under the $100 million threshold. These are generally the type of infrastructure projects needed in smaller communities and rural areas. You can accomplish big things with smaller projects, and we can have a huge impact in these areas. My amendment reinstates a smaller project set aside in this program, which is necessary for directing funds to important projects that help connect small towns in rural America to highways, rail lines, ports, and airports that get our products to consumers all over the country and the world. These projects might be less than $100 million, but they are certainly significant to their regions and this nation. The amendment will set aside 15% of the funds for the PNRS program and direct it to smaller dollar projects while making no other changes in program eligibilities or purpose. I look forward to seeing bipartisan support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment, as the gentleman has described, would set aside 15% of the projects of regional and national significant programs for small projects. And now the current infra grant program has a small project set aside that is quite similar to what the gentleman's amendment suggests. And I'm not sure, but perhaps this is what he is attempting to recreate here. However, the Invest in America Act replaced the current infra program, which gets $1 billion per year, with two distinct grant programs. One is the Projects of Regional and National Significance PNRS program, which is funded at $3 billion per year, specifically for large, complex, expensive projects, total cost of at least $100 million, that cannot advance with federal formula funding. And the other is the Community Transportation Investment Grant, funded at $600 million per year, specifically for smaller, and there's a maximum cost, total cost of $25 million per year on those projects, locally sponsored projects to get them over the finish line more quickly. The current infra small project set aside amounts to $150 million per year. And if we took 15% small project set aside, that would be $450 million per year. And the bill already provides $600 million a year, more money than the gentleman is requesting for, I think, an almost identical purpose. So I appreciate the spirit of the gentleman's amendment, but I think we actually accomplished that in the bill. And because it is somewhat redundant, I am forced to oppose the gentleman's amendment to grant funding that is already in the bill. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the chair's opinion, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Next up is we will now consider Balderson 009. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Balderson, number 009.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Balderson for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, which I will withdraw, includes the text of Bipartisan Drive Safe Act introduced by my colleague, Congressman Trey Hollingsworth. Currently, 49 states and Washington, D.C. allow CDL holders between the ages of 18 and 20 to drive trucks within state lines. This means a 20-year-old truck driver
The gentleman will suspend. I need to ask everybody to turn their microphones off. We got people that are talking to the gentleman, and the gentleman deserves to be heard. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This means a 20-year-old truck driver can operate from El Paso to Houston, a distance of over 700 miles, but couldn't drive from my hometown of Zanesville, Ohio to Wheeling, West Virginia, a distance just over 70 miles. The amendment would establish a two-step apprenticeship program to allow qualified drivers between the age of 18 and 20 that already have taken the CDL knowledgeable test, received a commercials learner's permit, passed the CDL road skills test, and currently hold a CDL to ultimately participate in interstate commerce. First, the apprentice would need to complete 120 hours of on-duty drive time and prove they are competent in the following areas: interstate, city traffic, rural two-lane and evening driving, safety awareness, speed and space management, lane control, mirror scanning, right and left turns, and complying with rules related to hours of service. After completing the first step, the CDL holder would need to complete an additional 280 hours of on-duty time and must meet another set of performance benchmarks. It's important to note that while the driver is completing the 400 hours of additional training, the apprentice must be accompanied in the cab by an experienced trucker, and the commercial motor vehicle the apprentice is driving must be equipped with various safety technologies, including automatic emergency braking, event recorders and cameras, speed limiters, and automatic transmission. This amendment and the Drive Safe Act are supported by a group of over 120 organizations representing a wide variety of industries that covers much of the domestic supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. And before I withdraw, I believe a few of my colleagues might be interested in speaking on behalf of the amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yes, sir, I would like to be. Van
Dyne?
Congressman.
Ms. Van Dyne,
Yes.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment would help to create thousands of new job openings in an industry who is in constant need of new drivers. Every employer I meet expresses the dire need of new employees. Last month, we saw job numbers which once again were disappointing and missed expectations by over 100,000 jobs. The driver shortage is real and well documented in media and government reports. The trucking industry entered the COVID-19 pandemic short of about 61,000 drivers. That includes every sector of the industry, from food haulers to auto haulers and those delivering everyday goods to big box stores. The pandemic only exacerbated this driver shortage, and as driver training schools and DMVs closed, preventing many potential new entrants from taking the necessary tests and undergoing the necessary training to enter the industry. The long-term outlook is even more dire. Left unchecked, projections show that the driver shortage could swell to more than 160,000 drivers by 2028. And over the next decade, the trucking industry will need to hire roughly 1.1 million new drivers, or an average of nearly 110,000 per year, just to keep pace with driver retirements and the growth in freight demand. Legislation such as the Drive Safe Act would open the door for one of the most in-demand jobs in the country with some of the biggest recent pay increases, jobs that pay a median salary of $54,000. I understand the gentleman from Ohio would like to pull this amendment, but I'm urging that the chair and all of us work with him to make sure that it gets adopted in the future. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I do want to thank the gentleman for his willingness to pull the amendment. I think it would be helpful for the committee to enter into dialogue and hear from not only the American Trucking Association, but also the Teamsters Union, which is principally concerned with the working standards of many of these truckers. So, but definitely has enormous possibilities. And again, I respect the gentleman's decision to withdraw his amendment. Thank you. Next amendment is Mr. Stauber 036. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 036.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman DeFazio, and Ranking Member Graves. Under the current Buy America provisions of the underlying bill, there are a set of rolling stock waiver conditions that provides for a zero-emission vehicle domestic battery cell incentive. If this is the direction we are heading, I say that a carrot for domestic production of batteries is a great idea and something we certainly need to encourage. Like I have already outlined during this markup, we cannot continue down the road of zero emissions without domestic supply chains strong enough to provide the necessary minerals and components to make that possible. This section, as it is written, allows for a 2.5% addition to total domestic content for rolling stock if the battery cells are manufactured domestically. Like I said, this kind of incentive is good, but does not get to the root of the issue. If we are truly to secure our supply chain and adhere to the real spirit of Buy America, we must ensure that the minerals and rare earth used in these batteries are also sourced within the United States. I gave you a different but similar example. We currently have the production of F-35s near Fort Worth, Texas. They're being built domestically. But should China choose to limit export of certain materials important to the F-35, production would shut down, our readiness would suffer, and our country and our allies would be vulnerable. I would like to enter into the record the Financial Times article titled in quotations, China targets rare earth export curbs to hobble U.S. defense industry, end quote.
Without objection, so ordered.
I urge adoption of my amendment to clarify that domestic production is good, but we also need domestic mineral sourcing to ensure our safety and security. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Would any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment, which seeks to create a new hurdle to onshoring of electric vehicle battery cell manufacturing. The amendment is yet another cynical attempt to protect carbon-polluting industries like oil and gas. The Invest in America Act has the strongest Buy America Buy American protections of any infrastructure bill in U.S. history, including requirements for electric vehicle supply equipment. Singling out zero-emission vehicles for their critical mineral content is unjustified. Critical minerals are already a central component in smartphones, in computers, in agriculture, medical applications, and defense and security technologies, and critical infrastructure, including the oil industry. Our bill includes new provisions to allow for the reuse and recycling of transit vehicle batteries and their component parts, which will increase the Second Life market and allow us to reuse critical minerals. Our friends in the Energy and Commerce Committee are also working on key provisions to research and incentivize mineral recycling. This week's White House report on critical minerals recognizes that we cannot passively accept others' extraction practices, however. If we cannot source materials locally, we can and must source foreign materials responsibly. And increasingly, we are sourcing critical minerals from allied countries like Australia and Canada, which have strong, transparent labor and environmental standards. The Invest in America Act contains an ambitious set of proposals to protect workers, restore American manufacturing, and shift to the clean economy of the future. And I hope the gentleman will join me in supporting these efforts. And for these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment up is Mr. Burchett, number 078. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Burchett, number 078.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Burchett to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It won't take me that long. This was brought to me by constituent Steve Eimers, who tragically lost his daughter. She wrecked into a guardrail, and it's a bipartisan amendment. It directs the Secretary to finalize implementation of the 2016 Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware, or MASH recommendations. Those recommendations set out best practices for the development and testing of barriers, guardrails, and other roadside safety features installed along U.S. highways. It was first developed in 2016. The U.S. Department of Transportation has failed to fully implement these important safety standards. Implementing these standards will improve highway safety for all Americans, and I urge your support.
Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I sadly must rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment would direct the Federal Highway Administration to adopt state DOT recommendations on the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware. This would cover standards on things like crash standards for roadside barriers, et cetera. Essentially, this would require U.S. DOT to deem state standards as effective. We are not traffic device engineers, but I defer to the experts at the Federal Highway Administration to make the best safety judgment about the appropriate adoption of safety hardware and crash test standards. Both AASHTO and the Federal Highway Administration have registered their strong concerns with this proposal, unfortunately. If there are improvements that the gentleman thinks can be made to the process, the chair is eager and happy to work with them on that going forward. But alas, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment. Are there any amendments to the gentleman's amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those
Aye.
Aye.
and all those opposed say no.
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 No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Next up is the Mr. Guest Amendment, number 022. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Guest, number 022.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Guest to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would codify the Halls Act, which would establish a 150-mile back-end hours of service exemption for livestock and agriculture haulers, as well as eliminate the unnecessary harvest season exemption requirement so that our ag haulers have year-round ability to get goods to market. As we have seen throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chains and the ability to get necessary goods and services to Americans has become more crucial than ever. The inability to move products to their final destination has frustrated agriculture haulers carrying perishable goods for years. The American farmer and ranchers work extremely hard to produce the food that feeds this country every day. However, due to hours of service rules, all that work can be bashed by the requirement that perhaps less than an hour from their final destination, haulers are forced to stop with live cattle in the back of a truck for up to 10 hours. This requirement often leads to lost revenue for the American farmer and deterioration of the trailer during that forced stop. Many of our ag haulers are not large-scale trucking companies, but instead are everyday producers who haul their own food to market through family-owned trucking companies that are an extension of their operation. They are usually moving through rural roads, not major highway systems, to begin and end their hauls, adding more time than their freight cargo haulers that move along interstates from distribution centers. This legislation provides the necessary flexibility to produce their way of living and amends this one-size-fits-all policy to better fit the unique form of hauling the American agriculture community handles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Balderson for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in favor of the Guest Amendment to support our agricultural and livestock haulers. This common sense amendment provides much needed flexibility to our agricultural community and the truck drivers that deliver these animals and products. The amendment makes important clarifications on the definition of an agricultural commodity and provides an exception for drivers transporting agricultural commodities within a 150 air mile radius from the driver's source and destination. I worked on my family farm in Zanesville, Ohio for many years, and I know firsthand just how much this relief means for our farmers and the truckers that haul these commodities. I'm proud to support this amendment and the Halls Act, and with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I must strongly oppose this amendment. Although I understand it may be well-intended, it is due to the unintended consequences, perhaps. Drivers of agricultural commodities operating within 150 miles radius of the source of the commodities, that is where they are grown or where they are harvested,
With me, Joe?
were already exempt by Congress from hours of service rules. It was meant to facilitate short runs near farms and agricultural facilities and not for long-haul trucking. Under the previous administration, through guidance, US DOT issued a new interpretation of this exemption that an agricultural hauler could drive within 150 miles for an unlimited number of hours and then start a regular 14-hour on-duty clock once they immediately left the 150-mile radius. So basically what this did was allow a driver to go 150 miles in a long-haul movement of ag products before their clock started for their regular tour. This amendment proposes an additional exemption on the back end within 150 miles of the destination of ag commodities.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm sorry, this is my time. It's my time. From a safety perspective.
Withdraw the amendment.
The gentleman want to withdraw? Oh, well,
Yes,
please,
yes, sir.
allow
At
me.
this time, if you would agree to continue work with me and my colleagues, I would withdraw the amendment at this time.
Wonderful, wonderful. So ordered. The gentleman withdraws, and I appreciate the spirit of cooperation the gentleman has demonstrated. Next up is the Nels Amendment, number 013. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Nels, number 013.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Nels to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 9202 of the bill would delay the movement of LNG by rail in our country for the foreseeable future because the research requirements imposed are overly burdensome, duplicative, and unnecessary. Significant research has already been completed by DOT to inform the current rulemaking, and Congress provided funding for more research on this topic in the last two THUD appropriation bills. Some railroads already have a special permit to move LNG by rail and have been moving it safely. Additionally, Canada has also already authorized the transportation of LNG by rail. Additionally, we allow trucks to carry LNG on our streets and allow massive LNG carrier ships into our harbors. The massive decreases in American carbon emissions over the past several years are directly tied to increased use of natural gas, a clean burning alternative to coal and oil that still keeps the millions of Americans employed in the energy sector at work and is safely used across the world. Without LNG by rail, we are also handing a direct win to one of our greatest adversaries, which is Russia. When the Northeast needs LNG due to the absence of pipelines, the only way to get it there is by rail or ship. We don't have any Jones Act compliant LNG carriers in the American merchant marine, so by law, it has to come from overseas, which means it is coming from Russia. I want American homes to be powered by American natural gas, not Putin's. We should not needlessly delay the safe movement of LNG by rail, and we should reinstate the final rule. My amendment strikes Section 9202 and replaces it with provisions that prevent the Secretary from undoing regulations that will permit railroads to fight climate change by moving cleaner fuels to where they are needed. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in opposition to this amendment. This seeks to strike Section 8202 from the bill. That section requires a common sense testing and analysis before transporting liquefied natural gas by rail tank car through American communities. Furthermore, this amendment replaces the section with an unwise attempt to tie the Secretary's hands behind his back and prohibit any prohibitions on the movement of LNG by rail. This is a dangerous proposal, and I ask my colleagues to vote in opposition to this.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my amendment, but I'd like to have a casual conversation with you at some point in time and talk about these dangers that you're referencing. I would really enjoy that, and I will withdraw my amendment if you agree to do that with me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Nels, if you would, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to have the conversation. I'm quite conversant with this issue and the tank cars, they're moving them in and the issues regarding that, and will be very pleased to have that conversation. So
I would enjoy
will
that
do
a great deal, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
A great deal.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Van Dyne's amendment number 022. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to ask.
We're going to designate the amendment first.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Ms. Van Dyne, number 022.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne to speak on her amendment for 5 minutes.
Well, I was going to say if you actually wanted, if I could block two amendments at the same time. So 022.
We're in favor of that. Which other amendment?
022 and 023.
Okay. Would the clerk please designate both amendments en bloc?
An on-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Ms. Van Dyne, number 022 and 023.
Terrific. Without objection, both amendments will be considered as en bloc, and I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne to speak on her amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Texas is one of the fastest growing states in the nation. It's certainly seen by the preliminary data that the Census Bureau recently released. North Texas is one of the fastest growing regions in the country. Many people moving from highly taxed in United States, California, and New York. We consistently hear policy proposals for DOT dollars flow to these states to solve their problems while ignoring the growth of North Texas. Unfortunately, legislation references to old census data and ignores high growth states. My amendment urges the most accurate data formulas to allocate funding. Taxpayers heavily invest every year, and we should ensure that they receive the best return on investment. This amendment uses the best available data to do just that. I urge the
Do any other members wish to be heard on the amendments? Hearing none, I must rise in opposition to these amendments, which require the use of the 2020 census data in any highway and transit formula under the INVEST Act that are based on population. I certainly do agree with the gentlelady that highway formulas used to distribute Title 23 funding apportionments under the bill deserve a review. To support that, Section 1606 of the bill requires U.S. DOT to assess and report to Congress on modifications to the very formulas that the gentlelady refers to that would result in a more equitable distribution of funds and based on updated data. The department will look at the most recent census data in that effort, but shoehorning a mandate to update population data without looking at all of the factors that go into highway funding distribution could be disruptive to states and local governments, as they would see changes immediately in what they would receive in formula dollars under the bill without allowing for a fuller review of funding distribution. So for those reasons, I must urge a no vote on the amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendments? If not, the question is now on the amendments on block. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Next up is Garamendi Amendment number 050. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 050.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require that federally funded highway projects use public employees, if available, for construction inspection work. States would be allowed to contract private inspectors if the state or local transportation agency lacked sufficient public inspectors to perform this work. This would be at the state's discretion. This would improve public safety by ensuring that inspections for taxpayer-funded projects are truly objective and thorough. The American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, professional engineers in California government, have endorsed this amendment, which I have revised substantially since I last offered it in 2015 highway bill and HR 2 last year to address concerns. I thank my colleagues, Congresswoman Brownlee and Congressman Huffman, for co-sponsoring the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on that amendment? Hearing none, I must say that I have concerns with the gentleman's amendment and do not support its adoption. While I do support the use of public employees to perform construction inspection services, small state DOTs, local governments, or other public agencies may not always have sufficient dedicated staff that are qualified to perform these functions. If the amendment were enacted, public agencies would be forced to staff up substantially, and this would interfere with the ability of agencies to set staffing levels in a way that gives them the flexibility to respond to fluctuations in funding. Because this amendment would disrupt the ability of the public agency to efficiently deliver transportation projects to the public, I must oppose the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment up is Mr. Gibbs, number 12. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 012.
Okay, thank you. Wait a minute. Okay. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Compliance, Safety, and Accountability Program, otherwise known as CSA, is supposed to provide for safety, compliance, oversight, and enforcement of safety standards for truck drivers and their employers. We all support the goal of keeping our roads safe. Yet, like so many other things that government does, the implementation of this program has caused unintended consequences that hamper its stated goals. Truck drivers are a vital component of our nation's logistics network. Safe drivers ensure safe roads and efficient delivery of goods. The CSA program should be an easy-to-use tool for drivers and carriers to have access to the best safety data available. That is why I'm offering an amendment to replace the CSA provisions in the underlying bill by adding common sense provisions from the Stauber Act. These provisions would create a national hiring standard to standardize best practices for hiring safe drivers and create a pilot program to improve the data included in the CSA program by implementing regularly scheduled audits. By creating a more reliable and accurate CSA program, we can keep our roads safe and support drivers and businesses who keep the commerce moving. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important issue, and I look forward to working with Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves on solutions, and I respectfully withdraw this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Next up is Lynch 047. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 047.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Lynch to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I've got a problem with the Northern Avenue Bridge in my district. So this is an old historic bridge in the city of Boston. It is right out the front door of the Joseph Moakley Courthouse. And in that area of the South Boston Seaport, beautiful, beautiful area, there's about 10 million square feet of construction going on in the next 2 years. And this bridge is unable to get funding because of the nomenclature that has been used that is not in harmony with federal regulations. So I've got to figure out a way because it's a public safety problem having this bridge. It's an old swing bridge. I'm an old iron worker, and this is an old historic bridge that is really in dire need of funding and of improvement. We've got a new design, but I'm having trouble actually getting resources for it because of the way because of inaccurate nomenclature. It's been unable to receive federal funds. So I'm going to fight this fight on another day because I'm going to withdraw this amendment, and I hope that we can work something out. I withdraw.
If the gentleman would yield.
Sure, I'll yield.
No, I appreciate his advocacy. I understand the problem. I actually know the bridge, having been a former resident of that area when I went to Tufts University. And we can't take amendments specifically to deem eligibility for individual projects, but we have a major bridge rehabilitation title in this bill. And I would think that this bridge would qualify and move near the top of the queue, and I'd be happy to advocate with the administration when we establish the bridge program. So I thank the gentleman for withdrawing.
I thank the gentleman. Next is Mr. Davis, number 24. The clerk will designate the amendment. False alarm. He withdrew that, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Next up is Graves 96, amendment number 96. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 096.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment recognizes that with autonomous vehicles, you have a number of safety implications. This amendment establishes a grant program for states, local governments, municipalities, and tribes to be able to get dollars to establish programs that would allow for autonomous vehicles to be deployed into our highway system, but in a manner that incorporates the appropriate safety features into our highway system. Mr. Chairman, I understand that the majority has some concerns with this. If I can get a commitment from you we can work together as we progress toward the floor and be willing to withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman's willingness to withdraw, and I am certain that the chair will embrace the opportunity to discuss
Thank
this
you,
further.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I withdraw amendment number 96. Yield
Thank
back.
you. Next up is Westerman number 24. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to En-Bloc 23 and 24.
Very good. Will the clerk designate both of those amendments en bloc, 23 and 24?
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 023 and 024.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Westerman to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both of these amendments deal with the Federal Lands Transportation Fund. The First Amendment, number 24, actually is similar to an amendment I offered earlier today that we had a recorded vote on to allow off-highway vehicles to operate on roads that are open for other vehicles to operate on. The previous amendment was just for handicapped people and people over the age of 65, and that amendment was rejected. This amendment would just take any restrictions off and allow OHVs on roads that are open to other vehicles. And would also not include park service roads because we wouldn't want off-highway vehicles running around here in Washington, D.C., but it would mainly be Forest Service, BLM, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife roads. The other amendment looks at the funding ratios in the Federal Lands Transportation Program, and I think there's some big disparities in the current ratios. For instance, there's 380,000 miles of Forest Service roads, 5,000 miles of Park Service roads, but the Park Service gets 8 times more funding in the current formula. And I realize, Mr. Chairman, you're going to have to probably oppose the amendment for some reason that seems valid to you, but I would like to work with the majority to especially look at those ratios because I think there needs to be some adjustment on that. And also, we need to do something to provide access, equal access and fair access to our public lands. So if we could have some serious discussions about that, I would just go ahead and withdraw this en-bloc amendment.
We appreciate the gentleman's offer, and I'm sure, in its current form, we would have to oppose it, but I know that the chair is very willing to sit down and try to get it into a form that would be acceptable. But we do appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw. Thank you.
If the gentleman,
Mr. Chairman.
real quickly.
Sure, to the chairman.
More than half my state's owned by the federal government. We only have 2 parks, and I'd be happy to work with the gentleman and look at the ratios. But generally, parks have way more intense use. But we have more commercial use in the forest. So, but we can take a look at that. So I thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Anthony Brown
Who seeks
from Maryland.
recognition?
Anthony Brown from Maryland.
Oh, Mr. Brown, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make a request that I'm included in any discussions about ratios. You remember earlier or yesterday now, I had an amendment that I withdrew
I actually appreciate the higher ratios for the National Park Service because in addition to that network of roads on the national parks, they also have the responsibility for those high corridor parkways, and those are very expensive to maintain. We've increased funding for that program, but I still believe that the parkways are underfunded in terms of maintenance and operation expenses by the National Park Service. So I just asked that I be included in those discussions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
If the gentleman yield, absolutely. Yeah, the Park Service is stuck with the Washington-Baltimore Parkway and Memorial Parkway, and those are extraordinarily expensive, and I agree with the gentleman. So it's something where we need more investment. So I thank the gentleman, and we'll try and deal with everybody's concerns on these issues.
Very good. Next up is Stauber 038. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 038.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I rise today in support of my amendment number 38, which makes it a federal crime to damage or defect an infrastructure project completed or under construction, like a pipeline or the equipment used to construct the pipeline. Mr. Chair, this could not come at a more opportune time. Right now, in northern Minnesota, thousands of pipeline protesters are being flown in and bussed in, by the way, by fossil fuels, I might add, to my district with the goal of stopping construction of Enbridge Line 3. This pipeline will replace an aging and corroded pipe built in the 1960s. It has undergone extensive cultural resources studies above and beyond receiving just the normal permits. The contractors working on the project are union workers, many of them Native Americans and women, and the vast majority local. This project clears the benches of our union halls, sending family-sustaining wages home to our communities. One of my union friends described pipeline projects of this magnitude as being like a lawyer arguing a case of a lifetime. It provides financial security and pride. It's something the workers will talk about for years. Instead, the outrageous activity happening as we speak is putting the lives of workers and law enforcement at risk. Led by Democrat Party and Green New Deal A-listers like Jane Fonda and Bill McKibben and a failed Green Party presidential candidate, these, quote, protesters, end quote, have crossed the clear line from peacefully exercising the First Amendment to trespass, intimidation, and destruction. They are now forcing operating engineers, Teamsters, and other union workers to evacuate their workplace. In fact, 10 employees of a wholly Native-owned and operated contracting firm were among those that feared enough for their safety to leave. To quote my friend Jason George, the local 49 operating engineer, quote, "The actions of some pipeline protesters are pathetic. Flying in has-been celebrities, chaining yourself to equipment, chasing workers off the job, all acts of children mad they didn't get their way," end quote. My amendment is necessary to disincentivize this dangerous behavior. Jails are filling up across northern Minnesota, stretching local resources and costing our local governments more and more money. Today, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats are facing a dilemma. Do they choose the Teamsters or Jane Fonda? Our operating engineers or Bill McKibben? American families or the Green New Deal? Dangerous actions or safety and security? And I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? I have to oppose the amendment. Look, if this is already a crime to damage this property, I'm opposed to the amendment from Representative Stauber to create a new federal penalty for causing damage to infrastructure under construction. If the jails are filling up all across Minnesota, then obviously they're doing their job and people are going to jail for damaging the property. But not because I support the destruction of property, but because destruction of property is already illegal. It's dangerous to federalize criminal laws to make a political point. Let me be clear, I do not condone the destruction of private property, but I also don't condone this language being put forward by the pipeline industry as sort of a hate crime thing for going after pipelines. So it's already protected. They're already going to jail if they're damaging that property. So this is redundant, to say the least. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Next up is Burchett, number 75. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the
Mr. Chairman,
nature of
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
Would
Burchett.
it be possible to make the proper motion? I have 3 amendments, put them all together, speak on them, and then withdraw them because I can see the writing on the wall. That would be possible.
The gentleman is very perceptive, and we appreciate the spirit of cooperation. Thank you. Which
Yes.
amendments would those be, Mr. Burchett?
Let's see. Let me make sure I got them here. I believe 75, 84, and 85.
Sounds good. Would the clerk
Is
please
that correct?
designate those amendments on block, please?
I'm froze.
On block, right.
An on-block amendment to the amendment of the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Burchett, number 075, 084, and 085.
Without objection, those amendments will be considered on block as read. I recognize Mr. Burchett to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. My amendments, basically, the one I was really most concerned about is a recycling amendment. It's just direct the department to study using recycled plastic in our asphalt. It works as a binder. They did it and they started using it in India. They've perfected it further in England, and with 90% of our recyclable plastic ended up in landfills. The Chinese aren't taking it anymore. It just seems like it's a natural. Asphalt is one of the most recycled things that we have, and adding plastic to it, I think, would be an excellent idea. The other one was preventing electric vehicle charging stations from being built in rest areas or anywhere commercial activities or right-of-ways are make it prohibited. This apparently has been worked on. I understand Mr. Larson had productive conversations with Ms. Napolitano. I think I've said her name correctly. And they've agreed to work together to alter this provision. And the third one was a late, but expands access to funding for states that carry out safety programs to educate public about proper trailer maintenance and usage. So I'll withdraw all those, but I really would like to look at the recyclables, using them in our asphalt. It's just crazy sending all that stuff to the landfill. It ends up in the oceans anyway. And our recycling of plastics is a joke in this country. And that just saying, and even folks, Green New Deal folks with electric vehicles, you got to run them on asphalt. You're not going to be running them on, we don't want them out there on gravel or dirt roads. So we're going to have asphalt. And we could get the plastics, since it's the oil already out of the ground. It just seems like a natural for that. And with that, I'll withdraw those, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman.
And I want to say, Mr. Chairman, you're still looking sharp at this late hour.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Next up is Mr. Johnson, Amendment number 38. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, number 038.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Johnson to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And when I was looking through the underlying bill, I was grateful to see a robust investment in the tribal transportation program. In South Dakota, our tribes cover literally millions of acres in the state. And of course, transportation dollars, tribal transportation dollars are spread very, very thin. But as much as those of you on the committee have heard me talk about that in the past few months, it's not just about funding. And that's why, as I was reviewing the underlying bill, I was a little concerned that I didn't see more technical improvements. Every year, Chairman Harold Frazier and some of his counselors come to Washington, D.C., and they talk about the deficiencies in these formulas and in the data used by the Tribal Transportation Program. Now, it's not just Cheyenne River that comes. We also hear from the Oglala Sioux. We hear from Standing Rock. There are serious deficiencies with this data. And we do need to do more than just throw money at the problem. There are some ways that we can make this tribal transportation program make it fairer, make it more equitable. My amendment would do that through a number of reforms, all of which are supported by the leaders in Indian country in South Dakota and elsewhere. These reforms, Mr. Chairman, focus on 3 areas. Number 1, improving transparency and accuracy of this data. Number 2, improving cooperation. And then finally, increasing access to funding, specifically by allowing tribes to use planning funds for grant applications. Now, Mr. Chairman, in the last couple of days, I've received some very positive feedback from some members, majority members of the committee who are interested in working with us on this. And as a result, I'm prepared to withdraw my amendment. I will do so now and would just ask, Mr. Chairman, that you and your team would be willing to engage in those discussions with us as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I am sure you will get full cooperation in trying to reach agreement. And I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Next up is Mr. Guest Amendment number 21. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Guest, number 021.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Guest to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This amendment would strike the provisions from Section 1205 that further restrict state DOTs from carrying out projects where they are needed by adding difficult population-based suballocations. One of my top priorities for infrastructure legislation is protecting the flexibility of our state departments of transportation to address their individual needs. But Washington continues to create a one-size-fits-all approach to transportation investments. By creating further suballocations within the surface transportation program, we continue to tie the hands of our DOTs, making them unable to address infrastructure where the needs exist. State DOTs understand the needs of their population, and those may exist across varying population areas. In Mississippi, our population is spread out among rural, metropolitan, and small communities, essentially entirely in areas with populations of less than 200,000. These population variances in H.R. 3686 would make it difficult to serve our communities well. My amendment will remove all population barriers under 200,000 and instead give the states the needed flexibility to address their unique needs. This would enable a needs-based approach to infrastructure and allow our states to use these investments where they are most needed. Mr. Chairman, I will at this time withdraw my amendment, but I ask that we continue to work together to give rural states the needed flexibility to address their needs across all population areas. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to withdraw, and I can assure him that we will look very closely at his thoughtful amendment to try to come out with a solution that would allow this to proceed. Next up is Jimenez, Amendment number 15. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Jimenez, number 015.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Jimenez to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following amendment is really a common sense solution that prohibits using civil penalties established in the bill to be used for electoral campaigns. As it stands, legislation under consideration creates 5 new categories of civil penalties, and the revenues raised from these fines can all be used to fund political campaigns. Violations of sections 5309, which establishes a repository for information on operations of automated commercial motor vehicles, failure to comply with section 20171, which establishes an audit of qualifications and certifications of certain railroad workers. 3 is violations of section 20704, which establishes certain requirements for freight cars entering service in the United States. 4 is violations of section 80502, which penalizes individuals transporting horses through interstate commerce in a motor vehicle containing 2 or more levels. 5 violations of section 20174, which grants the Secretary of Transportation the authority to issue civil penalties against rail companies that block a crossing for more than 10 minutes. Quite frankly, I find it improper for members of Congress to be sitting in a committee, finding innovative ways to fine people and at the same time use those fines to fund their political campaigns. Going down this road only heightens the incentives for lawmakers, or could heighten the incentives for lawmakers to find new ways to basically penalize people. To accept this legislation as it stands right now, we could be subject to cries of being corrupt for our own purposes. I ask for your support for this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I don't know where to begin. I find it hard to believe that I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment prohibits civil penalties in this bill from being used for public campaign financing. This is a silly gotcha amendment that has no practical impact for transportation and infrastructure. If the gentleman from Florida wishes to put Democrats on record for or against public campaign financing, I assure that I am very much for it. If the gentleman from Florida wants to put Democrats on the record on how to fund public campaign financing, let me assure you the repeal of the deficit-busting Republican corporate tax cuts will easily cover every penny of public campaign financing. So this is in the, I know it's late, and sometimes when it's really late, people get ridiculous, and this is sort of in that category. So I urge the committee to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Dear God. I'm sorry. Somebody else want to be heard on this? Go ahead, sir.
I have to commend my colleague, Mr. Jimenez. This is not a ridiculous amendment. This is an amendment that is here because the majority decided to pass a bill in the House that would fund our own campaigns. So when we are authorizers and we are the ones that can set the fine levels, we don't want that money. So why in the world would you not accept this? Why in the world would you sit back and say, we're going to raise the fine authorization level and we're going to go ahead and take more in our campaign? This is exactly what the American people don't want. This is why this amendment's so important. I'm so proud of my new colleague, Mr. Jimenez, for taking the lead on this. This is something that is good for the American people, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to this amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a roll call vote.
Okay. Okay, the gentleman has asked for a roll call vote. We're going to roll it to the end, though, okay? Maybe he'll come to his senses. Next up is Lynch Amendment number 45. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 045.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize myself to speak on my amendment for 5 minutes. I won't take that long. Mr. Chairman, the text of this amendment is simple. It's the text of H.R. 1641, the Promoting Infrastructure by Protecting Our Subcontractors and Taxpayers Act, which I introduced with my friend, Mr. Balderson from Ohio, and I hope that his co-sponsorship will not hurt his reelection chances. This language ensures that the federal funding through the TIFIA program is protected by adequate payment and performance securities. Look, this is the deal. So we have contractors that sometimes fail to perform and fail to pay the wages that they're required to pay on the job. So we end up with municipalities and towns and cities and states that have to pick up the tab for contractors that abscond. And in many cases, well, and recently in my district, absconded to Central America beyond the reach of our laws. So then the small town has to take over the cost of completing the work and paying the workers, right? So they pay for the project twice. This is a straightforward bipartisan way. It requires that these contractors post payment and performance bonds. In the event that a contractor goes belly up, then the taxpayer gets to rely on the assets that are covered by the bond in order to make those payments and also complete the project. So federal and state payment and performance requirements have protected these projects for many, 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 many years. And we are putting out a lot of money in this bill. And we have a responsibility, I think, to protect the taxpayer's investment because, you know, there are so many projects going out here that it's important that we have some recourse. While public-private partnership agreements are going to be critical in building the projects that this bill funds, state procurement laws do not universally provide for payment protection in those public-private partnership projects. And in the event of one of these projects falls through without the protections in this language, taxpayers and the workers on these projects are going to be left holding the bag. So we should adopt this. With that, I'd like to yield some of my time to my friend from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't agree with you more. And the payment and performance security required under this amendment are already required for infrastructure projects in my home state of Ohio. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with me on the common sense legislation this amendment is based on, and I look forward to working. You and I both can work with our colleagues so we can make sure that we can advance this from both sides of the aisle on this basic taxpayer protection offered by this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his partnership and his work on this issue. I appreciate all the work that you have done, Mr. Balderson. And this is a good idea, and it's a good taxpayer protection measure. We will continue. It's not ripe yet. We don't have enough people on board to make this pass, so we'll have to continue working towards these protection. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time, and I withdraw Lynch Amendment 45. Thank you. Next up is Mr. Graves 091, Garrett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that Graves 91, 93, and 97 be considered on block. 91, 93, and 97.
Will the clerk please designate those amendments on block 91, 93, and 97?
An on-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, consisting of the following: 091, 093, and 097.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered on block as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, Amendment number 91 establishes centers of excellence for adaptation and resilience. Mr. Chairman, you will recall in 2 different bills in the last Congress, we proposed amendments to establish a national center for resilience. This language was taken explicitly from the Senate bipartisan transportation bill. It establishes 10 regional centers of excellence, 1 national center of excellence. Amendment number 93 requires an assessment on whether, on the life cycle cost and performance of different projects and materials based on weather extremes. As you know, Mr. Chair, we have seen extraordinary impacts of weather and weather extremes in recent years, whether it's Hurricane Harvey dumping 42 inches of rain in Texas, in recent weeks in Louisiana, 4 inches of rain in 1 hour in some areas of Louisiana, heat, cold, other things. So 93 requires a look at weather extremes. And number 97 is actually legislation we worked on last Congress. It is the PROTECT Act. I want to make note, Mr. Chairman, that President Biden, in his infrastructure proposal, actually makes reference to our PROTECT grant programs in there. So even this administration considers it important. So, Mr. Chairman, I understand that that some of these ideas that y'all would like to look into a little bit further and work with us on. So, Mr. Chairman, if I can just get that kind of commitment from you, that you would be willing to work with us on these amendments, I'll withdraw and we can move on.
I appreciate the spirit of which he has withdrawn, and I can assure him these are issues that we have great agreement on. We just need to work out the details and get into a form that everybody can accept.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Asking unanimous consent to withdraw 91, 93, 97. Yield back.
So ordered. Next up is Stauber 033. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Go ahead. An amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Chair.
Number 033.
Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I would ask unanimous consent to bring both Stauber 033 and 032 on block.
Thank you, sir. Would the clerk please designate both the amendments 033 and 032 on block?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber, consisting of the following: 033 and 034.
Without objection?
032.
Sorry. 33 and 32?
033 and 032.
Without
That's
objection,
correct.
those amendments will be considered on block as read. I recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate you allowing me to bring these both on block. I do, before I talk about my amendments, so Mr. Chair, I will say that I'm disappointed. My colleague, Congressman Jimenez, had a piece of legislation just moments ago when he asked for a recorded vote. Your comment was, quote, "Let's do it at the end. Maybe he will come to his senses," end quote. I think that comment was unnecessary and demeaning. I just want to share my disappointment with you. You've done a really good job.
Fair, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Okay.
No,
Okay, I will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
that was a hot mic event. I'm sorry about that. I apologize for my remarks, and to the gentleman and to you and to the members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my on block 32, it prohibits the Clean Corridors program from taking effect until it's certified that it will not increase our reliance on other countries, including China, Russia, and the Congo. So that's 32. And then 33, Mr. Chair, briefly, it prohibits the Clean Corridors program from taking effect until a study is done on the life cycle emissions from sourcing, transporting, and construction of EV charging stations. We know that there are minerals that need to be mined, and to review the carbon emissions that are involved in other countries mining these minerals and the transportation and such. And I think it's important. We have to be transparent to the American people. So if we are going to lead our country in this way, the American people ought to know what the life cycle emissions are for a certain electric vehicle or charging station or alternative sources of energy. So I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. These and I yield back.
Are there any other members to wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I again rise in strong opposition to the amendment, which purports to reduce reliance on foreign minerals for electric vehicle charging stations. The reality is that this amendment, however, is This would seek to stop the development of EV infrastructure in a cynical attempt to protect carbon-polluting industries like oil and gas. Okay. Okay. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Next up is Mr. Guest Amendment number 23. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Guest, number 023.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Guest to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to bring forth on block Guest Amendment 23, 17, and 24.
Terrific. We thank the gentleman. Would the clerk please designate those amendments on block? Do we have the numbers again?
That would be 23, 17, and 24.
There you go.
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Guest, number 023, 017, and 024.
Without objection, those three amendments will be considered on block as read, and I recognize Mr. Guest to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment 24 would make the United States Army Corps of Engineers Engineering Research and Development Center an eligible entity under the Unsolicited Research Initiative. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Engineer Research and Development Center, or ERDIC, is a state-of-the-art national system of laboratories that conducts critical research on defense, transportation, and waterways priorities. As we work to dedicate resources to advance infrastructure research and development, I hope the committee and Congress will continue to support the premier research on these topics already being conducted at our national laboratories, especially the civil work done at ERDIC, Vicksburg, and beyond. Amendment 23 would strike the provisions that provide technical assistance for states and metropolitan planning organizations, MPOs, that service large metro areas, and instead replace it with a requirement that these funds establish state programs that provide technical assistance to those that need it most, small rural communities. Establishing a program within state DOTs that leverage federal funds to get this knowledge into smaller communities will allow us to ensure our smaller rural communities are getting equal access for federal investment. And then finally, Amendment 17, this amendment would encourage the deployment of pavement preservation technologies and set up a database within DOT to collect, distribute, and promote these technologies. By establishing a pavement preservation database, this amendment would accomplish the ability of planning long-term road preservation and maintenance from day one. Long-term plans serve as regular maintenance while reducing long-term costs. Expanding knowledge through data sharing, promotion, and education could change the trajectory of deteriorating roads, improve life cycles, and decrease road construction cost and greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Chairman, I would offer these three in block, and at this time would seek to withdraw all three of these amendments.
The chair is very thankful for the spirit in which the gentleman has withdrawn his amendment, and I am sure that the chair is committed to trying to work out the differences in those amendments so that they might be acceptable at some point in the future. Thank you. We're now going to take up Westerman 021. Would the clerk please designate the amendment?
Next.
What happened to this one? Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Westerman, number 021.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Westerman to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would simply streamline the NEPA process, not do away with the NEPA process. but streamline it. It would be similar to the Builder Act from my colleague Garrett Graves, a bill which I and many others are original co-sponsors on. This amendment would make NEPA work better for the American people, and with the Democrats' desire to do these projects quickly to save us all, you'd think we would want to get the NEPA process done more quickly, because again, you can't build anything until you do the NEPA, and the way NEPA normally goes, none of us may be around by the time any of these projects approved in this bill actually get built if they all have to go through the NEPA process. So this could help. Maybe this is counterintuitive to programs I disagree with, because if we streamline NEPA, more of your legislation might get implemented faster. But I'm trying to help you out, so I would appreciate the support for the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Anybody else want to be heard on this amendment? Any other members? Unfortunately, we have to oppose the amendment. It would eliminate some of the more meaningful aspects of the NEPA review process, and for due process reasons, we cannot accept the amendment. We empathize with the gentleman's frustration over the length of some of these projects. He's on point there, but we think this would curtail a lot of the due process rights that people have to actually legitimately challenge these projects. So we must oppose it. Are there any other amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. And all those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Next up is Nels Amendment number 21. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Nels, number 021.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Nels to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this will be my last amendment for the evening. I'm going to be happy to withdraw the 6 others, but so I want your complete attention on this one. This is really about criminal justice reform. This is something that both the chambers and Congress, the president, everybody wants to see some meaningful criminal justice reform done through bipartisanship. So let's start it right here. And that's what this amendment's all about. This amendment would establish a transportation career training grant program for inmates at the DOT's Office of Civil Rights. The Second Chance Opportunity for Reentry Infrastructure, or SCORE-I program. When I was sheriff for Fort Bend County, I instituted HVAC and welding training courses for nonviolent inmates, let me be clear, nonviolent inmates at the county jail. I am very proud to say that program was successful. Those who graduated the program re-entered society with job-ready skills that not only helped them find work, but also helped minimize their chances of reoffending, reducing recidivism. I introduced bipartisan legislation with Representative Val Demings, a former chief of police herself, to create a federal grant program to institute programs like the one in Fort Bend County at inmate holding facilities around the country. I would encourage all of you to take a look and consider co-sponsoring the Second Chance Opportunity for Reentry, or SCORE Act. I'm proud to say that Representative Allred is also a co-sponsor of that bill. This amendment, so this one here, SCORE-I, is based off that concept. It would establish a grant program to train nonviolent offenders in transportation career paths. The amendment authorizes up to $10 million per year out of the Office of Civil Rights budget. Many nonviolent inmates around the country come from disadvantaged backgrounds and made a mistake. This amendment would ensure that they have a fighting chance to re-enter society with the skills they need to succeed and avoid another stint in jail, saving taxpayers money. I would encourage you to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Would any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Look, we do understand the spirit in which the gentleman has filed this amendment, and it is a thoughtful and well-meaning amendment. However, we are compelled to oppose the gentleman's amendment, but we would be happy to work with the gentleman to address the issue and help ensure his amendment stays true to the intent of the OJT-SS program by clarifying that the focus is on increasing participation of traditionally underrepresented population within the construction force, especially women and minorities. And we do appreciate this, the object of this amendment, and we hope that there might be a way to harmonize this with the existing OJT-SS programs currently recognized by the Highway Administration, Office of Civil Rights. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next up is Stauber Amendment number 34. Will the clerk please designate the amendment?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 034.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. My amendment number 34 is simple, and I am excited for my union supporting members of the committee to join me in support. Right now, there's billions of dollars in this bill to construct EV charging stations across this country. What I can tell you is that when we are looking at a project as large as this, it is critically important that we ensure that those who will be doing the work to make this possible have the
religion for me. Oh, wow.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
there's somebody that is not on mute.
I'm sorry. It could have been me. I'm not sure. Will the gentleman... All right. Everybody suspend. The gentleman deserves to be heard. The gentleman will please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I can tell you is that when we are looking at a project as large as this, it is critically important that we ensure that those who will be doing the work to make this possible have the proper protections and are paid fairly. That is why my amendment ensures that Davis-Bacon prevailing wage will apply to this charging station infrastructure build-out. When I read through this bill, I was shocked that this kind of protection was not already included. I understand that when the majority wrote this bill with zero input from the Republicans, they included several prevailing wage protections throughout the bill, so it must be intentional for some reason that it was not enumerated in this specific section. I do find it interesting that the majority chose to take the side of major corporations and charging station companies over unions. My amendment provides a second chance to my friends on the other side of the aisle to stand up for our union brothers and sisters who built this country in the first place. I urge adoption of my amendment, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, as a former union president for the Ironworkers Local 7 in Boston and former labor attorney for a bunch of different unions, I rise in proud support of the gentleman's amendment. And I know that the chairman is eagerly supportive of this measure. Prevailing wage requirements are already fully covered in the Invest in America Act, including for electric vehicle charging programs under Section 1113. However, if the gentleman would like to see extra bells and whistles on this page, even though they have, questionable practical effect, I see no reason to oppose the inclusion. This is the strongest bill for roadway labor in history. And so I hope my Republican friends can join us in supporting passage of this much-needed investment in American workers.
If the chair would yield?
The chair will yield.
I'm 100%, we have already covered this in the bill, but it doesn't hurt to state something that is so important twice in the bill. So I am happy to accept this amendment.
Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
Oh, there you go. All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Next up is Guest Amendment number 020. The clerk will designate the amendment, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Guest, number 020.
Without objecting, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Guest to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes. Mr. Guest?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, I'll start over. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
This
okay.
amendment would strike-
I
amendment
believe
would
it's
strike-
020? 020. It's the strike section 1303 Clean Corridors Program.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike section 1303 of this bill that would implement a mandatory build-out of electric charging stations. I understand this committee's drive to bring the electric vehicle charging station infrastructure up to that of combustible engine fueling infrastructure, but this is not the responsibility of the federal government, just as the federal government did not build gas stations across the country. This investment was a private market supply answer to consumer demand. In states like Mississippi, where the electric vehicle fleet does not meet those of other states, there is no reason to build out an extensive EV charging infrastructure at the pace this legislation outlines. However, section 1303 of the legislation we are considering today would not only punish my state for not building out electrical vehicle infrastructure when it's not needed, the bill would then claw that money back and let the federal government decide how and where it should be spent. This one-size-fits-all provision is not the answer to our country's questions regarding electric vehicles. Mr. Chairman, if no other members would like to speak on this amendment, I would move to withdraw the amendment at this time.
We appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Any members want to be heard on this amendment? No. With that, we appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw the amendment. Thank you very, very much. Next up is Stauber 39. Amendment number 39. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Stauber, number 039.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I now recognize Mr. Stauber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman DeFazio, and Ranking Member Graves. Recently, we have seen politicians tripping over each other to see who can out Green New Deal the next. We have seen pieces of legislation like this one we are marking up today that runs over consumers and everyday families in middle America just to achieve the new climate moral high ground. Sometimes I turn on the news or I sit at the House floor, even in this committee, and wonder if some members and politicians have even spoken to an average American in the last year or more. Take, for instance, the latest effort by Democrats to push the Green New Deal agenda, taking away gas-powered cars. Just a year or two ago, people would have laughed at this concept. Even many of my friends on the other side of the aisle would have denounced that as scare tactics. But we are seeing this become a reality in parts of our country. In September, Governor Gavin Newsom of California announced that he will ban the sale of vehicles with internal combustion engines, AKA gas-powered cars, by 2035. Does this blatant slap in the face to consumers and consumer choice not warrant some federal action to protect our constituents? Does this offensive government overreach into the free market not constitute an upsetting trend of government choosing winners and losers? I tell you one thing, my neighbors up in northern Minnesota who drive 30 miles each way to work at a minimum, often every day, in 20 below temperatures, won't be forced into electric cars against their will. And if your constituents don't want to be forced down this path of government overreach and massive intrusion, I encourage you to support my amendment that will prohibit states from prohibiting the sales of these types of vehicles. I urge adoption and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in strong opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would prohibit federal transportation funds from going to any state that phases out the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles. Our transportation sector is the leading cause of U.S. carbon pollution, and the primary cause of that pollution is from cars and light-duty trucks. Our Republican colleagues have made it clear that they can't be bothered to address climate change, but now they're going one step further. They don't want anybody else to address climate change either. This is a desperate attempt to prop up big oil and the dirty fossil fuels of the past. But Republicans cannot hold back the tide of progress. Climate change is an existential threat, and we owe it to the future generations to act boldly and act now. With that, I strongly oppose this amendment and urge a no vote. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Perry 91. Perry 91, and the clerk will please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment of nature substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Perry, number 091.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I now recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. And this amendment 091 simply strikes the freight train crew size safety standards. And my point is that if we're going to have positive control and requirements that we have, which are we do want our trains to be safe, then it should be one or the other, not all the technology, and then also plus all the manpower. All it does is add additional cost to the freight system and the cost to consumers, and kind of, we all know exactly what it's about. All of us want to see as many people employed as possible, but requiring things that are unnecessary is not the way to do it, certainly not at the federal level. So I wanted the opportunity to speak on it. I know that this is a burr under the saddle, my colleagues in the majority, but at some point, we've got to get to the point of being honest about this thing and talking about it. And with that, I will withdraw the amendment.
We thank the gentleman's courtesy in withdrawing the amendment. We really do appreciate it. And the amendment is withdrawn. Next up is Garcia 22, revised. Will the clerk please designate the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would seek unanimous consent to on-block amendments 22 and 24 in the interest of time.
Would the clerk please designate amendments, Garcia Amendments 22 and 24 on block?
An unblock amendment to the amendment of the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 022 and 024.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read on block, and I recognize Mr. Garcia to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. My amendment addresses the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or MUTCD for short. For those that don't know what MUTCD is, it's the federally recognized design and traffic control standards for all roads and highways in this country. Some call it the Transportation Engineer's Bible. I'm offering this amendment because the MUTCD is a very technical document, but MUTCD is very outdated. It has not been updated since 2009 and generally is based on car-centric concepts dating back to the 1950s to promote automobiles at the expense of public transit, especially buses, bicyclists, and pedestrians. My amendment directs the U.S. Department of Transportation to revise MUTCD in consultation with a wide array of stakeholders, including environmental justice groups, social equity groups, safety advocates, local transportation officials, and transportation engineers, so that everyone's perspective can be heard and not just the usual voices. This is a pretty technical engagement, so I would ask the chairman of the committee if he's willing to work with me on this important issue as this legislation moves to the floor. My second amendment is regarding the 85th percentile speed. Like many of my colleagues, speeding in local neighborhoods is something I often hear about and concerns from my constituents. We have all read or have heard about tragic stories involving cars speeding through neighborhoods and killing or gravely injuring people, including, sadly, young children. The way that we set speed limits on our road dates back to the 1940s. The metric we use is called the 85th percentile speed. Simply put, transportation engineers set the speed limit of a road at the speed of which 85% of drivers will operate with open roads and favorable conditions. The assumption is underlying the 85th percentile speed is that most drivers will operate their vehicle at speeds they perceive to be safe. Experience tells us that this is not the case. Last year, deaths from motor vehicle crashes rose 8%. Last year, even while collective number of miles driven declined by 13%, one of the main causes of the significant increase in deaths was speeding. With less traffic on the roads, people sped more and were involved in more deadly crashes. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, for more than 2 decades, speeding has been involved in approximately 1/3 of all motor vehicle fatalities. So I would like to work with you, Mr. Chairman. If you are amenable, in that case, I would withdraw both of these if we have a commitment that you will work with us on these 2 important issues.
I thank the gentleman, and I have been told by the chair that he is completely amenable to working with the gentleman. We would be compelled to rise in opposition to the amendment, as thoughtful as it is, because the implementing federal agency has raised concerns. They feel that road user safety is one of the key issues in the bill, and the bill has made several important reforms that are in harmony with the gentleman's intent to design standards and other safety programs to address those concerns. However, the gentleman has the full commitment of the committee chair to work with the gentleman on this issue going forward, and we thank the gentleman for his willingness to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is Babin Amendment number 16.
Yes, sir.
Will the clerk please designate the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have actually 2 of them, and I'd like to roll on block if that's possible.
Okay, do we have numbers on those, Mr. Babin?
Yes, we do. 016 and 018.
Would the clerk please designate those amendments on block, Babin 16 and Babin 18? Thank you.
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Babin.
Without objection, those 2 amendments will be considered as read on block. I recognize Mr. Babin to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one, 016, I'm concerned that some of the language in section 4405 as written may result in an inspector determining that a rear underride guard is defective if it features even the slightest presence of corrosion. Those familiar with truck equipment know that the metals used by manufacturers to construct rear underride guards will corrode at different rates. Metals will also corrode at different rates based on environmental factors. For example, you'll see more corrosion on bumpers of trucks driving in coastal states like Oregon and California than you will in the interior of the country. That, however, does not mean the bumpers are defective. And the same principle goes for rear underride guards. And my amendment clarifies that corrosion doesn't automatically mean that the device is defective, but maintains that the inspector's ability to determine the effectiveness of a guard and whether it has been compromised due to a factor such as corrosion. My second amendment
018. This amendment will fix section 9507, the Safe Cross-Border Operations, and the chairman's bill because concerns have been raised that this section rolls back recently achieved safety, security, and efficiency improvements, including a reduction in blocked crossings on the Laredo International Rail Bridge. These improvements, which were based on agreements made between Kansas City Southern, Union Pacific, the Federal Railroad Administration, Customs and Border Protection, and SAT, which is Mexico's CBP equivalent, protected trains crossing the southern border from theft, vandalism, and trespassing, and did not come at a loss of American jobs, wages, or hours, something desperately needed as Americans are still reeling from the economic crisis that came as a result of restrictions from the COVID-19 pandemic. And to the contrary, due to more efficient use of our border infrastructure, more trains have been able to cross the border, which has brought more jobs, not only to Laredo, Texas, but also other nearby rail yards. And if the unreasonable restrictions imposed in this bill are enacted, all of these gains will be lost during a time when we are all trying to help our economy recover. So in closing, TXA and CBP both emphasized that, quote, a train at rest is a train at risk. And by that standard, section 9507 of this bill only creates further risk. And today I'm offering this amendment and I'm choosing to withdraw it and also choosing to withdraw the 016 as well. If this is acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman, if y'all would work and agree to work across the aisle, ensure that these common sense issues are addressed swiftly, and that all good progress made on this issue and this 018 is not lost. Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we have some issues to work out in these two amendments, that's for sure. But, I want to commit the chairman to work in good faith with the gentleman. We would have to oppose the gentleman's amendment. And, this amendment the first one strikes a provision in the bill which requires DOT to research and evaluate the cost benefits of side underride guards on commercial trucks. And that's an important measure. The other one deals with Mexican train crews coming into the U.S., and that's been a point of contention for a long time. So I think the issue requires more discussion than this amendment allows. So certainly those issues can be discussed, but I think both sides have a lot of work to do if that's going to get anywhere fast, okay? But we do
Yes, sir.
appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I withdraw.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Thank you. Next up is Crawford, number 42. Crawford Amendment number 42.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Chairman.
with the clerk, I'm sorry, it's my fault. The clerk will designate the amendment. Thank you.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Crawford, number 042.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm offering an amendment to keep our steel industry strong by maintaining the current process for Buy America waivers. I'm an ardent supporter of Buy America provisions that create job opportunities, prioritize American companies, and strengthen our economic and supply chain independence. However, electric arc furnace steel producers depend on the ability to recycle scrap metal, as well as pig iron and direct reduced iron to produce high-quality, low-emission steel for infrastructure projects such as highways, bridges, and transit. Unfortunately, this iron is not available on the commercial market in the U.S., so EAF steel producers must import it. Because of the lack of domestic availability, a nationwide Buy America waiver for this iron has been in place for the Department of Transportation programs for more than 25 years. Given that over 70% of our nation's steel is produced in EAF, without this critical waiver, the majority of domestic steel production could be considered non-compliant with the Buy America requirements and ineligible for use on infrastructure projects. Regular reviews of this waiver, which could result in its termination, would lead to significant market uncertainty with respect to the domestic industry's ability to supply material for our nation's infrastructure covered by Buy America. Adoption of my amendment would ensure our steel producers can continue to produce the highest quality and cleanest steel in the world. I appreciate the time to highlight this critical issue. And having said that, though, I will respectfully withdraw the amendment And I thank the chairman and yield back my time.
We thank the gentleman, the spirit of his amendment, and also his willingness to withdraw. The amendment is hereby withdrawn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next one is Mr. Balderson, Amendment number 11. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offer Mr. Balderson, number 011.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Balderson to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to jump in there. I would like to end block my last two amendments, 011, and could we also add 012, please?
Okay. Would the clerk please designate on block the amendments 001 and 002, Mr. Balderson? Thank you.
012.
I'm sorry, 012.
On block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offer Mr. Balderson, number 011 and 012.
Without objection, those two amendments will be considered as read on block. I recognize Mr. Balderson to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to consider my remaining two amendments. My first amendment reduces funding for the Clean Corridor Program to match the funding the majority provided to electric vehicle charging and hydro fueling infrastructure grants in H.R. 2 last year, which was $350 million per year. My amendment would reallocate the rest of the funds equally between the Rebuild Rural Bridges Program and the Section 117 projects of national and regional significance. I'm not sure what's happened in the last year that has made my friends on the other side of the aisle decide they need to almost triple the federal funding for EV charging stations, but I think we should discuss our priorities and what's changed to require this increase. Personally, I'd prefer this funding go to repairing the failing rural bridges in my district and traditional infrastructure projects. On my next amendment, 012, and I'm going to withdraw both of these amendments, just so you know, Mr. Chairman, but I do want to speak about them. The next one is 012, would shift 10% of the funding from the Clean Corridor Program to provide additional funding for the national priority safety programs. Mr. Chairman, DeFazio, I'm glad you incorporated my amendments on motorcycle issues that I offered during last year's markup into the base text of this bill, such as ensuring motorcyclists are included in the automated vehicle safety study and prohibiting funding for motorcycle-specific checkpoints. Chairman DeFazio spoke about two things that I'm very passionate about, and that's riding my road bike, which has become quite dangerous now with distracted driving. Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree with you more on that. And the other passion of mine is riding my motorcycle on the road and off-road. But I came across a recent article of a website that I participated. It's called Adventure Rider, and it was a Forbes magazine, and it talked about the rise in the motorcycle deaths in the last 3 years. I will also withdraw this amendment, but I do want to use this opportunity to raise my concerns on the limited funding that goes towards motorcyclist safety. Despite making up 14% of all traffic fatalities under the current National Priority Safety Program formula, only 1.5% of funds are allocated to states for motorcycle safety. Despite increasing funding for the National Priority Safety Program to over $411 million by fiscal year 2026, the formula only provides about $6 million per year for motorcycle safety. I'm not calling a major change to the formula, which also provides important funding to prevent distracted and impaired driving. Again, I appreciate your attention and concern with motorcycle issues, Mr. Chairman. I'll withdraw the amendment, but with millions of riders on our roadways, I would like to work with you and your staff on potential ways we can ensure more funding is directed toward motorcycle safety moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We thank the gentleman. We appreciate his willingness to withdraw the amendment, and we appreciate the time that he dedicated towards motorcycle safety. It's certainly an issue that there is a lot of common ground on both sides of the aisle in this body and especially on this committee, and that is shared quite strongly by the chair of the full committee.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jennifer Gonzalez. I have a parliamentary question.
Please.
Yes, do we know how many amendments still on the queue?
Let me count them up. Yeah, we're just going to keep going, and we're going to count them up while we're doing the next couple, okay? Thank you. I'll get that information for you directly, but we just don't want to stop the process while we do that. Thank you. Next one up is Mr. Garcia, Amendment number 27.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may ask unanimous consent to on-block.
So, I'm sorry, will the gentleman suspend? I'm sorry. Oh, you want to unblock it? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I thought that might catch your ear, Mr. Chairman. I would ask unanimous consent to unblock 27, 26, and 28 amendments.
I thank the gentleman. Could the clerk please designate those amendments on block?
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Garcia, number 026, 027, and 028.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered on block and as read. I recognize Mr. Garcia to speak on his amendments for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by expressing my appreciation to Chairman DeFazio and his team for the boldness of this legislation, and especially on public transportation funding and addressing the climate crisis. The Invest in America Act moves us in a very important direction and is the most progressive surface transportation legislation created by a committee of Congress. However, the scope of the climate crisis demands that we go much bigger and much bolder. Transportation is the leading sector when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for 29% of emissions in 2019, and those emissions are going up, not down. Just this week, it was reported that carbon levels in our atmosphere are the highest recorded in 4 million years. I just want to repeat the fact that since it's so alarming, carbon levels are the highest recorded in 4 million years. We need a bold plan to drastically change what we're doing on transportation before it's too late. That's why I'm offering this en bloc of 3 amendments to offer a vision about where we need to go and the speed at which we need to move. I want to thank the Sierra Club and Green New Deal Network for their member support of these amendments and their leadership on this issue. My first amendment, number 26, seeks parity between highway and transit funding by increasing transit funding by 2.5 times without cutting highways. I offer this amendment to underscore a fundamental policy matter that has directly shaped or misshaped our built environment. For decades, we've relied on the 80-20 split ratio to fund highways and transit, respectively. We have locked ourselves into a zero-sum game. This 80-20 split first came about as a compromise to incorporate the fuels tax, an antiquated system that also needs to be fixed, but it has starved not just cities, but all of our communities from needed transit investments and opportunities for those who need them most. My second amendment, number 27, would increase funding of our bill's carbon emissions reductions program to $50 billion each year, or $200 billion total. To be frank, that's no more than what we need. The cost of inaction are much higher than the funding in this amendment. My amendment would also apply environmental justice, labor, and equity standards to the program to ensure that investments we make in this program help the communities that need it the most. Black, brown, and indigenous communities like the ones I represent in Chicago have borne the brunt of carbon and air pollution for decades, and their needs and voices have been ignored, especially when it comes to transportation. These same communities are the first ones to experience the harmful consequences of the climate crisis and our ongoing inaction to address it. We need to prioritize frontline communities and expand our scope to include all toxic land, water, and air pollution, not just carbon. Pollution, especially air pollution, is one of the leading causes of premature death in this country, and it disproportionately affects communities of color. It's time that we act. My third amendment, number 28, would provide necessary investment to electrify our entire public transportation system, our public buses, on-demand transit, and paratransit vans and vehicles, school buses, and commuter railroads. That's $200 billion over 10 years. My amendment also includes environmental justice, labor, and equity requirements for the program to ensure that investments that we make help communities, especially communities of color. The future of transportation is electric, zero-emission public transit. The age of the internal combustion engine and fossil fuels is coming to a close. Our decision is whether we will make our future the reality today by making the investments we need to electrify public transportation. We need to reframe our work in transportation and infrastructure as a critical component of the fight for social justice and equity for everyone, Black, brown, rural, or urban. Mr. Chairman, I plan to withdraw my amendments on block, but I would like your assurances that you will continue to work with me and other stakeholders to address these important issues as we move forward. This legislation makes historic strides in increasing transit funding, but the current crises we face demand that we be even more bold when it comes to fixing our broken transportation system, addressing the climate crisis, and fixing our broken transportation system, providing social and environmental justice for Black, Latino, and Indigenous communities. Thank you for your commitment. With that, I withdraw my amendments if you will continue working with us, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the amendment. I certainly support, appreciate the compassion and the advocacy of the gentleman from Chicago. And I mean, this bill is a down payment. This is not the final version of the American Jobs Plan. We need to get critical, transformative policy changes in place, which we cannot do in reconciliation. As we've talked throughout the night, that I want to do this for regular order so we can move on to a 21st century transformative plan for the United States of America. The bill increases transit by 140%. We could do more. We have a $100 billion backlog just to bring transit up to a state of good repair, let alone provide new and transit options, deal with transit deserts, which I think the gentleman referenced, particularly communities of color and others have been neglected in the past. We have a 500% increase in rail, and I know, other members of the committee, Seth Moulton and others, have wanted to see an even larger increase in high-speed rail. I am supportive of these things. We're trying to move here an authorization bill, get the policies in place, get the best numbers we can, negotiating with the Senate, and then hopefully we're going to be able to work through the reconciliation process to put a lot more money into these new transformative programs. Social equity, we accommodated that last year in our bill. The number I have in this bill is not what the president asked for. He wanted $20 billion. I'm totally supportive of that. In this bill, we're doing $4 billion, but we create the program, we create the policy. And if we can deal with the dysfunctional Senate and get reconciliation, we will get to $20 billion or even more. And environmental justice is, a key portion of this bill. I mean, it is the first bill that has focused on these issues. We divided for many years, sometimes very intentionally, inner cities, communities of color, wiped them out with the interstate program. And the president made a great point when he was down in Louisiana, New Orleans, and there's a skyway down there, and he said, this skyway destroyed this community. Skyway's aged out, which I talked about earlier. Eisenhower era aged out. Okay, all right, we're gonna replace it the same way, divide the community? No, we are going to come up with a new plan, go back to, they used to have boulevards. There's still ways we can move the traffic, but without dividing the communities and rejoin these communities. And there are provisions in the bill that this will all be, having big controversy in my largest city, and I'll represent it, about the Rose Quarter with a highway expansion or whatever they want to do up there. And again, it's one of the largest minority communities we have in the state. And they want a role in that, and they haven't had one. And this bill will require that they have a role in the planning of how we're going to rejoin these communities, not to gentrify them, not to drive them out and say, oh, okay, we'll take care of the problem, but by the way, now you can't afford it anymore. So I think we're the policies in this bill, which we have to get done, so that we can backfill them later with more funds. I mean, I'm sure that, I mean, certainly we've heard here tonight from our colleagues on the other side, and I've already heard from the Senate side, your numbers are too big. Well, they may come down, but if we keep the policies, then if we later do a bill that, you know, backfills them with additional funds, or Ways and Means comes up with more funds, we will fully implement these programs and move forward into the 21st century, right the wrongs of the past, and move to a carbon-free, fossil fuel-free transportation future. We can do it. And I want to do a stuff made in America too, which I know the gentleman supports. So I'm on board. I'm with you, Chewy. Okay. What? Oh, Steve? I can go to the chair. I can go to the chair.
Well, he'll be right back, so just do it from here.
Okay. All right. Steve has been great, and I've taken more breaks than he has because of my back problem, but I'm going to call up now Crawford 043. Clerk will designate.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Crawford, 043.
Without objection, the amendment considered as read. I recognize Mr. Crawford to speak on his amendment. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. Today, I'm introducing an amendment to sections 1207 and 1307 to include continuous electronic monitoring and bridge investments and the Rebuild Rural Bridges Grant Program. Last month, a severe crack was spotted in the I-40 Hernando de Soto Bridge that connects Arkansas to Tennessee and crosses the Mississippi River. Thankfully, inspectors noticed the crack before a catastrophic event could occur and lives could be lost. However, the sudden shutdown of all traffic over and under the bridge created instant chaos in one of our nation's busiest transportation corridors. Implementing continuous electronic bridge monitoring would provide safety mechanisms that catch structural problems in real time. This electronic infrastructure safeguard would also promote public and worker safety for those who maintain this critical infrastructure, and automated assessment and monitoring would allow federal funding to be efficiently allocated to failing infrastructure while alerting authorities in real time to changes to the nation's bridge inventory. There's no need to find ourselves close to disaster again. Allowing states to invest in continuous electronic monitoring is an easy first step to ensuring our infrastructure is safe and Americans can continue to travel in confidence. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to withdraw this with your commitment to working with us on this effort going forward.
If the gentleman would yield, I want to have the most vigorous bridge program possible. With modern bridges, I took the committee back in, I think, 2008 to see, the bridge at Millau, France, over a gorge, 1,000 feet tall. It is totally electronically monitored. They actually reduce speeds, reduce traffic, given winds and things like that. But to take our existing primitive bridges, particularly the 47,000 who are in need of replacement or repair, electronic monitoring is not adequate. As we replace our bridges and rebuild our bridges, we definitely need to move to electronic monitoring. But as I mentioned, I think earlier in the debate tonight, back when we did Safety Lou, I got a very large allocation for the simultaneously failing I-5 bridges in Oregon because they were cast in place. We did them before California, who did pre-stressed. And it was a bridge inspector who saw the bridge working. You can't retrofit those primitive cast-in-place bridges with something that is going to be detecting those problems. So we need both. As we build new bridges, we must mandate that they have automated electronic monitoring, but we're going to still need a robust inspection program until we get the bridges rebuilt. So I'm totally on board with the gentleman. I'd be happy to work with them more on this as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will respectfully withdraw the amendment.
Okay, I thank the gentleman.
The gentlelady had earlier asked a question, how many amendments we have left in the queue. And we did a quick survey. There are 6 to 10 active amendments that we anticipate people will want votes on, or at least want to have entertained, right? Not necessarily asking for a roll call vote, but 6 to 10. So I hope that gives people a little comfort. That's an estimate.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, if I could have unanimous consent.
Gentleman's
I
recognized.
mean, I've consulted frequently with the other side, and they believe we can get this done tonight, well, today, tomorrow, well, it's tomorrow, this morning. And I think that's really preferable to coming back in tomorrow and going through another long day. So if people would still hang in and be available for votes. There definitely will be a series of votes at some point, particularly on final passage, but on potentially on a few amendments. With that, I thank the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair would like to inquire with Mr. Graves which amendments he would like to have brought forward first.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I believe we're up, 107 is up, and so I'd like to ask unanimous consent that 107 and 110 be considered on block.
Would the clerk please designate those amendments on block 107 and 110? All right.
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, numbers 107 and 110.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment, both of his amendments, on block for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, number 107, if you have other modes of transportation, like trains and shipping, there are federal prohibitions against interfering with those modes of transportation. However, in the case of commercial motor vehicles, there's not a comparable statute. For example, my home state of Louisiana in 2019, there were over 30 people that were indicted in a ring of staging accidents with 18-wheelers. Let me say that again. Over 30 people involved in a ring to stage accidents. This single ring staged 150 crashes. 20 of those people have pled guilty so far. Just one of the crashes resulted in a $4.7 million payment. Again, staged crashes with motor vehicles. So what this amendment does is it puts a disincentive in federal law under Title 18. If someone intentionally crashes or arranges for someone else to intentionally crash but doesn't cause injury, there would be a imprisonment of not more than 20 years and a fine. If someone intentionally crashed and arranged for someone else to intentionally crash, causing serious bodily injury, there would be a fine under Title 18, and there would be a minimum sentence of 20 years or both. So that's what number 107 does. Number 110, what this one does is that 47% of the deaths from automobile accidents in 2017, and that is nearly 40,000 deaths that occurred that year, were attributable to people not wearing seatbelts. In my home state of Louisiana and some other states, you have gag laws that prevent the disclosure of that information, which therefore drives up or exacerbates the liability involved in those types of accidents. So what this does is it forces a 3% reduction in transportation payments for states that fail to disclose that. I think that it is relevant. They should not be hiding that fact. If someone is in an accident without a seatbelt on, that needs to be disclosed and made available to law enforcement and to anyone involved in any litigation related to it. So that's amendment number 110. Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to my good friend, Mr. Davis, who I know has strong feelings about these.
And Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment? Or these two amendments, excuse me. Hearing none, I rise in opposition to both of these amendments. The amendments describe a prohibited individual from intentionally causing a collision with a commercial motor vehicle. I do understand there have been incidents in the gentleman's home state of drivers staging accidents by intentionally colliding into heavy-duty trucks in order to reap financial benefits. However, we are required to oppose this as written. The amendment offers investigational authority to DOT, which is not consistent with its mission. Additionally, the amendment raises jurisdictional concerns among committees. However, we recognize the gravity of the issue and we commit to working with the gentleman moving forward. On the second amendment, the on-block amendment, we are also in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment would sanction state highway funding by 3% for not permitting seatbelt usage to be admitted as evidence in judicial proceeding. It is beyond the scope of this this bill. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm disappointed that you're unable to accept these, but I would be willing to withdraw if you would be willing to continue to discuss these topics with us and see if we can figure out some type of consensus position.
Absolutely.
Earnestly, withdraw number 107, 110, yield back.
We thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Next up is Garcia, 25. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 025.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garcia to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment addresses air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions from older Class 1 freight railroad locomotives. This amendment is based off of a proposal earlier this year from the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. CARB is widely considered the leading expert on air quality issues and is responsible for implementing California's air quality and climate goals. This amendment would require that beginning in 2030, all Class 1 railroads retire locomotives that were built before 2008 or upgrade these locomotives to meet the highest EPA air quality standards in place in 2030 in order to continue to operate them. To be clear, this amendment only applies to Class 1 railroads and not short line railroads or passenger railroads. Older locomotives are a significant source of harmful air pollutions. CARB has found that locomotives account for 12% of NOx emissions and 8% of PM 2.5 emissions from freight sources in California. These are both very harmful air pollutants and disproportionately affect communities of color and low-income communities in the cities like the one I represent. Newer Tier 4 engines are up to 99% cleaner when it comes to particulate matter and non-X emissions that the locomotives this amendment seeks to phase out. The more we learn about air pollution, the more it is clear just how deadly air pollution is. A 2019 study by the National Academy of Sciences found that 100,000 Americans are killed each year from the negative health effects caused by air pollution. The same study also found that air pollution costs the country $886 billion per year in additional health costs. If we're planning to meet our climate goals and address the current air pollution plaguing communities like the ones I represent, we need to phase out the older locomotives that are dirty and don't come close to meeting modern air quality standards. This amendment is supported by United Electrical Radio and Machine Workers of America. I urge its adoption and yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise to support this amendment, which phases out Class 1 railroad locomotives built before 2007 by the year 2030, unless the locomotives meet more aggressive air quality standards set by EPA for 2030. It's certainly possible that the research dollars in this bill will yield significant cleaner locomotives and make this mandate easier to meet. But I ask the gentleman to remain flexible and work with the committee as we move forward. I thank Mr. Garcia for his amendment, and I encourage an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll remain
Are
flexible.
there any other amendments to that amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The next up is Weber, number 6. Weber 6. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Weber, number 006.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Weber to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment deals actually with two modes of transportation, if you will, electric vehicles and automobile transporters. And what this amendment does is it increases by 10% the weight capacity of a certain specialized hauling vehicles. Because of the weights of electric vehicles or batteries are heavier, they can be 300 to 500 pounds heavier than a normal gasoline engine or diesel vehicle, I suppose. What we're saying is on Stinger steered combination automobile transporters, that's a particular kind, that they can increase their weight limit 10% to help move more of these vehicles. It will put less 18-wheelers, if you want to call them that, on the road because they can deliver more automobile. A driver can deliver more automobiles with one trip. It will mean a lot less trips, and it'll actually help get more electric vehicles into the hands of the dealership. So it's a Mr. Chairman, I think somebody's not muted.
The gentleman is correct. Look, if you're not speaking, you need to mute your microphones. The gentleman deserves to be heard. The gentleman will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those Stinger car haulers, as we call them, of 88,000 pounds or less, would be allowed to increase their weight capacity by 10% on the interstate highway system. And again, that would actually help them deliver more electric vehicles to the dealerships without more trips on the highway. So that takes trucks off the highway. It gets more electric vehicles into the hands of dealerships and hopefully into the hands of consumers. And it just seems a commonsensical way to be able to have less CO2 from the trucks, less vehicles on the highways, at the same time delivering more what we would call green vehicles. So I would appreciate your support of the amendment if you think it's a good one.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The gentleman's amendment would increase federal truck weight limits for automobile transporters to 88,000 pounds and provide a 10% axle weight tolerance. I appreciate the gentleman's concern for adapting the transportation system to account for electric vehicles, and we would look forward to working with him on this issue to figure out a solution. But at this
Mr.
point,
Chairman, will you yield to me, please?
I would yield to you. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. I'm willing to withdraw. I appreciate you being willing to work on it. It's an item that we need to discuss. It's a win-win. So I appreciate your willingness to work with us, and we will withdraw it.
I thank the gentleman. I think there is a solution there, but it's just not in this current form. So we appreciate the gentleman's willingness to work with us and also to withdraw his amendment. The amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, sir. Perry, Mr. Perry, Amendment 141. Would the clerk please designate the amendment?
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Perry, number 141.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I'm going to wake you all up. I'm sure you know. This amendment would repeal the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage requirements for all projects under this act. As a result of the current prevailing wage requirements in law, it is estimated that the average wage is 22% higher than the actual market rate. So the term prevailing is more than a misnomer. It's just completely erroneous. Reasonable people can and do disagree on the extent of the law's inflationary effect, but it's difficult to deny the result is above market wage rates. After all, the purpose of the law is to isolate labor costs from competition, the very mechanism that sets the market price of any good or service through the imposition of government-mandated wage rates, prohibiting those willing to, and able to do the work for less from offering lower cost alternatives. Originally done so to preclude the participation of South Black laborers in federal construction projects, Davis-Bacon is truly one of the last vestiges of Jim Crow laws remaining in place. Since labor costs make up around 50% of total construction costs, the law's requirements tend to inflate total cost, project cost anywhere from 7 to nearly 10%. Now, repealing these requirements will save taxpayers $12 billion over the next 10 fiscal years, meaning we will have $12 billion more for important infrastructure projects under this bill. And I just want to add, earlier in the markup, we talked about insurance rates for motor truck for the carriers, and increasing the rates. And there was this hue and cry that they haven't been increased since 1980, notwithstanding the fact there's no data to support an increase, but we just got to have the increase because it's been since 1980. I think it's been since 1933 or 35 or something like that, since Davis-Bacon was upgraded or revised. And if we can't repeal it, we ought to at least change the threshold to something that's reasonable and index that to inflation. I suspect that, that the chairman's not going to be able to support my amendment, but I appreciate the opportunity. And just to keep everybody awake, I am going to call for a recorded vote, but I yield back the balance of the time.
The gentleman yields. Anybody else wish to be heard on this? Well, look, as a former union president and as someone who has worked on the prevailing wage, under the prevailing wage, I have to say the Davis-Bacon Act is probably one of the greatest protections that people of color have in the workplace in this country. It requires that they be paid a fair wage. The measure that was being corrected by the Davis-Bacon Act was that unscrupulous contractors were bringing poor, struggling workers halfway across the country to work in other cities and housing them in unsuitable and unlivable conditions and forcing them to work for low wages where they would send their money home. And it undermined the local economy in those areas where those workers were shipped. So that's why Davis-Bacon was put in place. The most recent example we have of Davis-Bacon was during Katrina. And I know that my friends from Louisiana will remember this, and Mississippi. So George W. Bush, in his wisdom, thought, well, he had executive power to waive Davis-Bacon. So what he did, he said, none of this work is going to be covered under Davis-Bacon. You know what happened? He couldn't get decent workers, highly skilled workers down in that area. So after a few months of struggling, he reversed himself. He put Davis-Bacon back in place so that those workers would come down and work in that area. So Davis-Bacon was a blessing to the South during a time when they needed workers. And the gentleman's theory is totally upside down. We guarantee workers fair conditions, decent wages, and the respect and dignity that they should have. And we need more of that in this country, not less. And the best part of this bill is that Davis-Bacon will apply for all the workers who go to work under the funding that's being provided by this bill. So I yield back. Are there any other amendments to this amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Does the gentleman want to still request a recorded vote? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I was muted. I didn't know it. Yes, I request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cirez.
Series votes no.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
What are we voting on?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko. Oh, sorry, Mr. Johnson of Georgia is not recorded.
To go vote on mine. Why are they voting on him first and then holding mine on?
Somebody's mic is live. If you're not responding to the roll call, please suspend your speaking and turn your mic off.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko. Mr. Carson. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Carson votes.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Bost.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes no.
Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Mr. Brown.
Brown, no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Maliotakis. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Van Dyne votes aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Mr. Kahale votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes
What do I vote? What do I
Mr.
vote?
Carter
No?
votes no.
They already called your name, but they'll say it.
What do I vote?
Mr. Young.
You're voting no.
Mr. Crawford.
Somebody's got a hot mic out there.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr.
Yes,
Co-
Gibbs, yes.
Mr. Gibbs.
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kako votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Babin. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Bost. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Burchett. Ms. Mace. Ms. Maliotakis.
Has every member voted? And does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 14 yeas and 46 noes.
The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. LaMalfa, you are up. Do you have any requests for on-block? You've got several amendments out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to roll together the, give me a moment here.
Sure.
We want to put under 033, also add 035 and 036 to the on-block for that, please.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Would the clerk please designate the three amendments on block for Mr. LaMalfa? Thank you.
An on-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684 offered by Mr. LaMalfa, numbers 033, 035, and 036.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read on block. I recognize Mr. LaMalfa to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. On number 033, what we're looking at with this amendment would we would push forward a rule, a final rule on having to do with NEPA, and in California we have an equivalent version called CEQA. So what we're looking for is, instead of having a duplication of effort, take under a pilot program 2 states, California likely would be one, and another state that has similar rules, to stop the duplication of the effort of the requirement when doing any kind of a project that would normally encounter NEPA or CEQA under California. Take the version that is the more stringent, which California's CEQA tends to be most of the time, and just require that one standard instead of simultaneous or end-to-end running through the process. So this would save time, save cost, still having environmental review at a high level, and get projects more timely and more cost effectively. There'd be no loss of environmental standards. There's no lowering of those standards. And so this is basically a project that the Secretary of Transportation could put in place on, excuse me, choosing 2 states to be part of that process and see how it goes. So that's number 033. The next one is this amendment, number 035, would allow the categorical exclusion on all of the listed project types for highway projects to be able to be excluded from NEPA as long as the work on a highway project stays within the blueprints that's already, excuse me, the footprint already there. So if a highway right-of-way exists, it already has been paved, it already has a shoulder, what we're talking about is not requiring a brand new NEPA for something that already exists in that blueprint area. So there's no net harm to anything in that process. We think that requiring a NEPA for that, again, just makes projects slower and more expensive. Lastly, well, I'll forego the explanation on 036 for now and just try and be economical with time. I'll come back to another one in a separate one if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Okay. With that, I'll yield back.
Does the gentleman intend to withdraw the amendment, or, I mean?
I'll let him go as part of the en bloc package at the end of committee.
I understand.
No, that's not a thing.
Yeah, I don't believe you can ask it be considered on the merits and then decide to.
So we'll do the question.
Yeah. So are there any other amendments on the amendment, or any other members wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, which of the 2 amendments were addressed in that vote, or are they in one block?
On block, they're considered as one. On block.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Graves, 101. Garrett Graves. And the gentleman might have several amendments outstanding.
I do. Mr. Chairman, can I go out of order? Can I do 98, 99, and 100 on block right now?
Of course.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chairman, ask unanimous consent to have amendment number 98, 99, and 100 considered on block.
Without objection, would the clerk please designate those amendments on block for Mr. Graves?
On-block amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 98, 99, and 100.
Without objection, those amendments will be considered as read and on block. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under this bill, under the amendment in nature substitute, there's something called the Community Climate Innovation Grants. And what this does is it basically goes in and it measures the reduction in emissions associated with transportation in each state. The top 15 states in reducing emissions get 100% federal cost in carrying out transportation projects in their state effectively. But Mr. Chairman, this approach has a number of significant flaws in it. Number one, and what Amendment number 98 attempts to address, is that what happens if a state was already planning to do this, already planning to reduce these emissions through an ongoing effort? There's something we often make reference to in this body called maintenance of effort. It ensures that things that were already done aren't counted. You don't get credit for that. Things that are already happening. It's for new approaches, new reductions. So Amendment number 98 says that anything that's already in the queue, that doesn't count. It doesn't make you eligible for reductions if those are things that you are already doing anyway. Number 99, what this one does is it says that that any actions carried out by a state to try to comply with the reductions, if it disproportionately affects disadvantaged communities, then that state can't be considered a high-performing state or one of the top 15 states under that Community Climate Innovation Grant Program. Number 100, this one prohibits any state from being considered a high-performing state if that state has at least 2 areas in the state that are considered extreme non-attainment states. Now, non-attainment, of course, is attainment with the Clean Air Act, compliance with the Clean Air Act. So what this does is it says that if your state has, where the EPA has determined that at least 2 of your areas are extreme non-attainment, then that you would not be eligible for a high-performing state designation because, of course, suggesting that you should be rewarded or be given accolades for reducing emissions whenever you're not even in attainment. In fact, you're not in non-attainment, you're in extreme non-attainment in at least 2 areas. That's not something that should be rewarded. I'm sure that my friends in the majority agree with that. And so that's what Amendment number 100 does. So again, Mr. Chairman, 98, 99, and 100, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any other members wish to be heard on these amendments? Let me just take a crack at it briefly. I understand the gentleman's reasoning is that if a state was already committed to doing the right thing on the environment, they shouldn't be rewarded. But the implication is obviously that if that state instead shirked their duty or ignored their responsibilities environmentally, they should be rewarded. I think it's wrong-headed, and I would be inclined, just on that basis, to oppose the gentleman's amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed say no.
Aye.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendments are not adopted. Mr. LaMalfa, amendment number 34.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I think this one's appropriate for wrapping up the evening here. This one, the subject matter of 034 is it adds to section 403 and 405 of the public safety programs. Simply adds drowsy driving to the other safety measures that are within impaired driving and distracted driving. It's omitted and not emphasized as a safety issue like the others are. So we feel like that would be actually a winner, and maybe something the committee will love at this hour on a drowsy committee time, that so we can implement as part of the overall package of issues that affect safety on the highways. So we want to add drowsy driving to those other issues in order to promote higher safety on our freeway system.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back, sir.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, while the intent of this amendment is noble and common sense, there does not seem to be any science behind it that the committee could rely upon in order to determine how to actually apply this standard in the practice of law or regulation. So if we did have research and viable standards that we could apply and not be charged with being arbitrary and capricious, we would embrace that. I think there's a solution to what you want to do. I just don't see it in this amendment. And we would be happy to work with you. We think you're onto something. We agree on that. I think there are anecdotal stories out there that we've all heard about the terrible situations that result from distracted or drowsy driving. So,
Mr. Chairman, would you
let's
yield
work
for a
on this.
moment? Would you yield for a moment, Mr. Chairman?
I yield to the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll briefly, yeah, I would be delighted to work with the committee on that going forward and be able to back this up with a little more information that isn't at 1 a.m. West Coast time or 4 a.m. Eastern time. And, because I think we could buttress this with good, certainly good arguments and good info on that for what I think would be, as you're mentioning, a good bipartisan effort in this. So maybe this is something we can carry to the floor with us a little later, perhaps. So I appreciate being able to work with the committee on that, and I will withdraw it for now.
I thank the gentleman, and we are committed to working with you going forward. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Graves, number 111, would the clerk please designate the amendment? Oh, maybe he has, you want to add anything to that on block?
Well, Mr. Chairman, can we do 101? I thought we were going to do 101 after the others. If we could do 101 right now, and then I'll do 111 after, if that works for you.
Okay. Would the clerk please designate Graves 101?
An amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 101.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is known as the Builder Act. We introduced this legislation. We've made reference to it a few times today. Ranking Member Graves, Ranking Member Westerman, and a number of other members of this committee are co-sponsors to this bill. As we've discussed, the NEPA process has gone from an average of a few years to 7 years for a transportation project, and in some cases, actually decades, Mr. Chairman, decades. That's why groups like the Agricultural Retailers Association, the American Council of Engineering Companies, that's why the American Road and Transportation Builders Association, the American Trucking Association, Associated Builders and Contractors, Associated General Contractors, American Association of Railroads, Bipartisan Policy Center, the United States Chamber of Commerce, Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions, Clear Path Energy, the National Asphalt Pavement Association, Railway Supply Institute, and many, many others support this bill, support this amendment. This ensures that we have practical project review timelines, that it's predictable, that it has clear sideboards or parameters in the review, that there's early coordination, that this helps to put appropriate restrictions on litigation. And let me be clear what this does in that regard. It simply says that if you did not engage in your concern in the public participation process, then you can't wait to the very end and then sue. If you are unable to resolve it, then absolutely litigation is open to you. But Mr. Chairman, this has become the issue that has stopped projects. I've heard every single person on this committee say that they want to deliver projects, they want to deliver solutions, yet this process is not resulting in projects being delivered. This returns the environmental review process back to the intent of Congress. It puts appropriate parameters around it to ensure that this does not continue to grow and go on for many years or decades as it has in recent years. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Who seeks recognition?
Stauber, Minnesota.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
It won't take me that long. I rise in support of this amendment, this common sense amendment. It's going to save money. It's going to allow projects to go forward in a reasonable time. And it allows the other entities, the counties, townships, cities, and state governments to work together and actually plan for these projects in a timely manner to deliver them to the public. And I strongly support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I am compelled to oppose this amendment from Representative Graves to fundamentally change the environmental review process for federal projects. This amendment would amend the national environmental policy to codify some of the worst ideas that have been produced during the Trump administration, and goes further. It would severely limit environmental review, sideline citizen-offered alternatives, prohibit injunctive relief, and make it difficult for local communities to hold government accountable. In short, this amendment seeks to fundamentally undermine the principles of meaningful public input, environmental review, and government accountability under NEPA. With that, we should be directing more money to the agencies to complete these reviews more quickly, not giving a pass to developers and utilities to bypass the process. So I urge others to vote against this amendment, and I yield back. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, if the question is on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted. Mr. Graves, 111 is outstanding. Will the clerk please designate that amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 111.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Graves to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can continue having discussions on the National Environmental Policy Act. In my previous amendment, there is a tremendous amount of misunderstanding of how that law is supposed to apply, and of course what the amendment does as well. But amendment number 111, what this one does, Mr. Chairman, I made reference earlier in this markup to I-10 Mississippi River Bridge crossing. Interstate 10 goes from California to Florida. The only place in the United States where the interstate system drops to a single lane is the eastbound declining ramp off of that bridge. And it's not because, as in virtually all other cases, Louisiana was extraordinarily bright. We came up with a great idea, and we're leading the world. It was because it's the stupidest idea you could possibly do. No one else in this country was dumb enough to replicate funneling your interstate from 3 lanes to 1. It is one of the worst bottlenecks in America. We are traditionally rated one of the worst traffic cities for a mid-size region in the United States. It is ridiculous. This is something that should have been fixed not months or years ago, but decades ago. They call this crossing the new bridge, yet it was built before I was born. This amendment simply says, that's old? Come on, man. This amendment simply says that it requires that the non-federal sponsor, that the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, that is on their 12th review or something unacceptable on this bridge crossing, that they have 1 year, that they simply take all of the information that has been put together in the previous multiple reviews of this exact project, and that they come up with an alignment in 1 year. Stop all the games, stop all the ridiculousness. I could take a kid with a crayon, hand him a map, they could figure this out. Mr. Chairman, this says you have 1 year to figure it out. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Graves, recognized for 5 minutes.
At the risk of delaying this any longer, I just want to say I've actually been down there and seen this. It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster, and I associate myself with the gentleman's comments, and I won't push it any longer, but it is seriously a very big problem.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Here's the problem. The gentleman is requesting that this project be treated differently facially because it is a member-designated project, and not because of the special physical attributes of the situation itself. And so, again, we're trying to legitimize this whole process and make sure it's clean, harken back to the statement made by Mr. Perry, the gentleman from Pennsylvania earlier, about the the individual member projects. We want to keep this squeaky clean. So we would have to oppose it because it would invite all kinds of mischief, because now we're going to apply different standards to member projects versus general projects. If the gentleman wants to talk about the special circumstances of this bridge and of the lane drop, that's a whole different conversation that has merit, but we can't simply apply different rules because it's a member-sponsored project.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor this either, but as the amendment written, the only reason we make reference to a member-designated project is simply for description purposes. That identifies which.
That means a lot, though. It's describing it.
Mr. Chairman, asking unanimous consent that we strike member-designated project, the numbers associated with it, and we there insert I-10 crossing of the Mississippi River in Louisiana. I mean,
I think we would commit to working with you in good faith to try to get the result that you want on that bridge that you have. How about that?
Mr. Carter, give me an amen. Come on.
All right.
Amen, brother.
So are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. We are now going to call up Perry on Block 1. Will the clerk please designate the amendment?
On-block amendment to the amendment of the nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Perry. Consisting of the following: Perry 112, Perry 99, 156, 157, 175, 151, 136, 137, 138, 139, 154, 114, 155, 177, 113, 131, 146, 93, 122, 088, 94, 95, 124, 96, 123, and 121.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on his on-block amendment number 1 for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chair and the committee. As you can see, this would have been a long discussion otherwise, so this is a great opportunity. But combined, this amendment addresses a number of significant issues facing Amtrak and transit projects. Post-pandemic, the ridership of both Amtrak and transit agencies face significant uncertainty, and these amendments strike sections of the bill that create wasteful or ineffective changes to the FTA grant program and the Amtrak network. Most importantly, Perry 146 prohibits the use of federal funds to expand the Amtrak network beyond the current routes and stations served by Amtrak on the date of enactment of this act. The underlying legislation authorizes $32 billion over 5 years for Amtrak service, $13.5 billion for the Northeast Corridor, and another $18.5 billion for the national network, well beyond previous funding levels or even Amtrak's request more than three times higher than the Amtrak funding level under the FAST Act. Average annual authorized level is more than double the enacted level for FY20 and FY21 respectively, including the COVID-19 emergency spending. Now, FY22 authorized level exceeds Amtrak's request by $570 million, a request that includes the $1.55 billion in additional investment necessary to fund Amtrak's bold reauthorization proposal to improve and expand intercity passenger rail service nationwide for FY22. All of this spending supports an intercity passenger rail service that at peak pre-pandemic performance carried 0.1 percentage of nationwide passenger miles. Even at this peak performance level, Amtrak's insignificant footprint did not justify the federal subsidies it received, let alone the 300% increase proposed by the majority. To make matters worse, it's unclear if Amtrak ridership will ever return to pre-pandemic levels. To date, the recovery has been abysmal, and current ridership levels are still significantly depressed despite continued operations throughout the pandemic. Amtrak's latest ridership data provides little optimism about the near-term future. The April 2021 year-to-date ridership level is 76% below the same metric for FY19. The slow recovery and significant uncertainty surrounding the future ridership levels raises legitimate concerns over both the majority's high top-line funding level and Amtrak's service expansion plan. At the same time, Amtrak has significant capital needs that predate the pandemic and have long been overlooked, including the Northeast Corridor's capital replacement and maintenance backlog that exceeds $52 billion, and the existing fleet of passenger cars that at an average age of well over 30 years old has exceeded its useful life. This amendment simply ensures that in light of the significant uncertainty surrounding future ridership, Amtrak use this massive infusion taxpayer dollars to address their existing capital needs rather than expanding service for which there may not be any demand. I thank the chair and the committee for their indulgence at this late hour. I will ask for a recorded vote on that, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I thank the gentleman. Would any other member like to be heard on this amendment, this on-block amendment number 1? Hearing none, I do want to say in this on-block are several things that I think are really at the heart of this bill. This amendment would eliminate funding for zero-emission buses, which I think most people understand that there's a great advantage to having those, especially in areas where folks are suffering from respiratory disease and asthma and other heart ailments. This eliminates money for passenger ferries. It eliminates money for construction of made-in-USA ferry boats and terminal facilities. It cuts funding for Amtrak long-distance routes that are especially helpful to red states out west. It also eliminates funding for bridges, stations, and tunnels, which is hardcore infrastructure. So with that, I think it was a mistake to include all those elements in this amendment. And for those reasons, I recommend no vote on this. And I ask if there are any other members who wish to speak on this. Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I request a recording, Mr. Chairman.
A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio. Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes aye. Ms. Norton. Mr. Young.
Oh.
Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cirez.
I voted.
No.
Mr. Cirez votes no. Mr. Perry.
I voted.
Votes yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Carson votes aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Babin.
Carson votes no. Mr.
Mr. Babin votes no. Ms. Titus.
Can we back up to Mr. Carson? I'm not sure. He voted a couple of different ways there. Could we go back to Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Carson votes no. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher, no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes no.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thatcher votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Alice Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Malinowski.
No.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Mr. Allred.
Hard votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nails votes aye. Mr. Pampas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malliotakis. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Van Dyne.
Aye.
Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot. Ms. Bardot votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Mr. Coelho votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Ms. Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Massey. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Bost. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. Ms. Maliotakis. The gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Bost votes no.
Has every member voted? Does any
Mr.
member
Chairman?
wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, Johnson of South Dakota would be like to be recorded as a yes.
Did we get Mr. Johnson from?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recorded as no.
Johnson of South Dakota.
No,
would like-
not Johnson of Georgia, Johnson of South Dakota.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota is not recorded.
He's trying to vote. Mr. Johnson, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes aye.
Thank you. Any other member wish to vote? Any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 19 yeas and 46 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. I'd like to call up Perry on Block 2. Would the clerk please designate the amendment?
An on-block amendment to the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 3684, offered by Mr. Perry, number 173, 106, 171, 105, 170, 145, 148, 116, 117, 158, 142, 111, 97, 98, 100, 90, 169, 168, 167, 192, 120, 119, 162, 161, 160, 118, 115, 126, 127, 129, 130, 101, 103, 107, 104, 108, 109, 132, 147, 102, 172.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Perry to speak on behalf of his on-block amendment for 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I think we're bringing it to the home stretch here, and I appreciate everybody's indulgence. It sure is better to do it this way if you're considering time than going through each one of them. But generally, these amendments strike and repeal a number of what I consider to be wasteful programs in current law and the underlying bill to protect the American taxpayer and ensure that we do not saddle our economy with wasteful spending and unnecessary mandates. In particular, I'd like to highlight Perry 101, which strikes the section 1211 entitled EV charging stations. This section requires federally funded EV charging stations to be usable by the majority of EV drivers, accessible to the public, and network capable. It also allows EV charging in the interstate right-of-way, including rest areas and park and rides. Federal funding of electric vehicle charging stations is regressive, unfair, and will negatively impact air quality while doing nothing to impact climate change. A 2018 Manhattan Institute study found that broad-based adoption of zero-emission vehicles will actually increase air pollution and associated environmental costs relative to new internal combustion engine vehicles. Moreover, the study found that the climate impact of even complete adoption of these vehicles will be non-existent. Even if all vehicles were replaced by zero-emission vehicles, the associated CO2 reduction, less than 500 million tons per year, would be less than half the estimated annual reduction from the Obama-era Clean Power Plan, a proposal that the Obama EPA admitted would have no impact on the world's climate. Public subsidies for EV charging stations are inherently regressive. Those who cannot afford to purchase electric vehicles will see no benefit from such subsidies, but will bear the entire cost as they fund the Highway Transportation Fund with their gas taxes. The exclusive benefit will be to electric vehicle owners who are significantly wealthier than the average American. In 2017, the Department of Transportation found that about 2/3 of households with battery electric or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles have incomes higher than $100,000 per year. Finally, these grants are inherently unfair. This provision eliminates the illusion that surface transportation is paid for with user fees. EV owners pay nothing into the Highway Trust Fund, despite their heavier vehicles degrading the roads at a much higher rate than average vehicles. For all of these reasons, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and reject the idea that the cost of electric charging infrastructure should be borne by the taxpayer. It shouldn't. I mean, look, if the consumer wants it, I get it, and they should have it, and they should pay for it, like has happened in a consumer market-driven economy in the past. It's worked well. We should let the innovation drive it. Maybe we should all be driving hydrogen vehicles in the next 5 years, but we're never going to know that if we force everybody into electricity on these vehicles. So I appreciate everybody's indulgence. This is the last recorded vote that I'll call for, and then you can be done with me. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, I would just point out that in this on-block amendment, this amendment for beginners eliminates the funding for auto emergency brake system. Now, who would need that, right? An automatic emergency brake system, something that is essential to the safe travel of every American that steps on an Amtrak train or any high-speed train. It cuts the transferability of federal highway funds, which is extremely important to each and every state in the union. It eliminates funding for electric vehicles and also for charging stations. And I don't know, that Ford F-150 didn't look like it was going to be the vehicle of multimillionaires and billionaires. So I think there's a lot of hard workers out there that, love that to be their first electric vehicle. For all those reasons and more, I would recommend that we vote against this amendment, on-block amendment. And I would ask if any members have any amendments to the amendment. If not, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed say no. No.
No.
No way.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. I understand that the gentleman wants a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
The clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeFazio.
Get your jammies on yet, Joe?
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Ms. Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, aye.
Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes aye.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Oh, Mr. Webster votes aye.
No.
Yeah, are you muted?
Mr. Cirez. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Perry.
Perry, yes.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Katko votes no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson votes no. Mr. Babin. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Mr. Graves, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes aye. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, aye.
Mr. LaMalfa votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, no.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mast votes aye.
Mr. Mast votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick votes no.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes no.
Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes aye.
Burchett votes aye.
Yeah.
Burchett votes aye.
Mr. Birch is recorded as aye. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
No.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Guest.
Guest votes aye.
Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Nels.
Nels votes yes.
Mr. Nels votes aye. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Mace.
Mace votes aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Ms. Malliotakis. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Van Dyne.
No.
Ms. Van Dyne votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Auchincloss votes no.
Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bordeaux.
Bordeaux votes no.
Ms. Bordeaux votes no. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Mr. Kahale.
Mr. Curley votes no.
Mr. Kahale votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes no.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes no. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes no.
Ms. Newman votes no. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Massey. Mr. Sirez.
Series votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Babin. Mrs. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Ms. Malliotakis. Mr. Moulton.
Moulton, no.
Mr. Moulton votes no.
Are all members recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report. Tally?
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 12 yeas and 52 noes.
Okay, the amendment is not agreed to. With that, we proceed there was previously a postponed vote on an amendment by Mr. Jimenez, numbered 15, on which the verbal noes prevailed. However, I'm willing, in the interests of time and expediency, to accept the amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The question now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you're welcome. We are now, the question is now on the amendment, nature is substituted as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
Aye.
Independent chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in nature is substituted is agreed to. The question is now on the adoption favorably reporting H.R. 3684 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes definitively have it. gonna have to ask for no's? Is anybody opposed?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
okay.
No.
Is a roll call requested? Okay, all right, roll call.
Mr. DeFazio.
That would be aye.
Mr. DeFazio votes aye. Mr. Graves of Missouri. No. Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Aye.
Ms. Norton votes aye. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes aye.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes aye. Mr. Crawford.
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Larson votes aye.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes aye. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs, no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes aye, and Cohen
Mr.
is
Cohen
out.
votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Sires.
Series votes yes.
Mr. Sires votes aye. Mr. Perry.
Perry, no.
Mr. Perry votes no. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi, aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois. Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Kako. Mr. Carson.
The Calco votes no.
Mr. Kako votes no. Mr. Carson.
Aye.
Mr. Carson votes aye. Mr. Babin. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes aye.
Ms. Titus votes aye. Mr. Graves of Louisiana. Mr. Graves of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Maloney votes aye.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes aye. Mr. Rouser. Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Weber of Texas.
Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber of Texas votes no. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne votes aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. Mast.
Mr. Mass votes no.
Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Gallagher.
Gallagher votes no.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Lynch.
Mr. Lynch votes aye.
Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Patcher votes aye.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Brown.
Brown votes aye.
Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski, aye.
Mr. Malinowski votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes yes.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
Burchett votes no.
Mr. Burchett votes no. Mr. Allred. Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
No.
Mr. Johnson of South Dakota votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas.
Davids votes aye.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes aye. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois. Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes aye. Mr. Guest.
Yes votes no.
Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Delgado.
Delgado votes aye.
Mr. Delgado votes aye. Mr. Nails.
Nels votes no.
Mr. Nails votes no. Mr. Pappas.
Pappas votes aye.
Mr. Pappas votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mace, no.
Ms. Mace votes no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes yes.
Mr. Lamb votes aye. Ms. Malatakis. Mr. Moulton.
Bolton, aye.
Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne.
No.
Ms. Van Dyne votes no. Mr. Auchincloss.
Kloss votes aye.
Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Mr. Jimenez votes no.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Ms. Bardot.
Porter votes aye.
Ms. Bardot votes aye. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Mr. Kahale.
Mr. Kahale votes aye.
Mr. Kahale votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes aye.
Mrs. Strickland votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Ms. Newman.
Newman votes aye.
Ms. Newman votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Massey. Mr. Babin. Ms. Wilson of Florida. Mr. Allred.
Allred votes aye.
Mr. Allred votes aye. Ms. Maliotakis.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who are not recorded? Are there any members who wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 38 yeas and 26 noes.
With that, the amendment in the nature of substitute. The bill, okay, the bill is adopted. Before we close, let's just, this was a long markup. I want to thank everybody for their cooperation, particularly those who were willing to forego recorded votes, those who were willing to do on blocks. We went through almost 200 amendments, I think. And I also really want to thank the staff. You know, that was really, you know, in particular, the member designated projects, in which I already argued in favor of earlier this evening against an amendment to strip them out. We revisited that issue for the first time since '06. And there was a tremendous amount of work by staff on both sides of the aisle to help members and guide them through that process to get compliant projects. And they will serve their districts well. And so this was really an incredible effort. Yeah, we don't agree on a lot of stuff, but heck, we got through it. It's tomorrow, whatever day it is. It's 5 in the morning on Thursday. We won't have to come back later today. And thanks to all of you. Sam, I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to associate myself with the chairman's remarks. You know, the hard part is the staff y'all have a lot more to do than we do, because you still got to clean all of this up, and and you have to move it forward and be prepared for the next event. So that's not lost on us. That's the point. It's not lost on us. We appreciate it very much, more so than you have any idea. And even though we have a lot of you know, there's a lot of battles and partisan, and it is. And I still am I very much believe in the fact that partnership is the way to success and not partisanship. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not even going to be able to, or I'm not even going to start to get into that. I'm just happy that, you know, once again, we have produced a bill, a surface transportation reauthorization. It's not anything that I would have done or anything that I can support. But having said that, we're still doing the people's work. And so that's really all I have to say. The biggest point is that thank you, staff, for hanging in there. And I know you've got the toughest job of all. And I do want to thank my members for standing tall and doing exactly what in many cases that I asked you all to do. So I appreciate that very much as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
I want to thank Representative Graves. This was not an easy process, and as I said at the outset, I am pushing very hard on my leadership to take both of these bills through regular order, not reconciliation, which will give people an opportunity for probably the first time in 15 years, maybe, to participate in a conference committee. I can't remember the last time we were in a conference committee, but that's my hope. Somewhat it'll depend upon the Senate and my leadership, but that's my position. That said, I ask unanimous consent staff be authorized to make all necessary technical clarifying transforming changes to each of the bills ordered reported today to reflect the actions committee. Without objection, so ordered pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1, I ask unanimous consent that the chair or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as being necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on legislation adopted today or any similar measure. Without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the chair, after consultation with the ranking member, has authority to strike or revise any provision of bills order reported today that would cause a sequential referral to another committee or would cause the bills or concurrent resolutions to be subject to the Budget Act rule and the stupid pay-go point of order. Without objection, so order. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, members have at least 2 calendar days in which to file any supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views on legislation adopted today. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, the chair notes the presence of quorum. Thank you all for hanging in so late or early in the morning for actions taken on all committee business today. With that, the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business, and the committee is now adjourned.